Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you all for being here. And again, thank you everyone for being accommodating and agreeing to do this remotely. All right. Before we really get rolling, I want to make sure that everybody is ready and prepared to go, especially our court reporter. Tracy, are you on and ready?
Good morning, I'm ready.
All righty, great. Thank you, Tracy. Before I call the case, does anybody have any things that we need to know about? Are we all ready?
Your Honor, this is Henry Baskerville. I think the only sort of pre-hearing thing we may want to discuss is we filed a motion on Friday to amend our witness list. We were hoping to call a number of third parties from the community. For reasons I don't fully understand, they've all told us that they are not willing to testify. So our plan would be to call.
Well, let's talk about that on the record, Mr. Baskerville. Okay. I did get your motion, and I hadn't received a response from opposing party yet. So I wanted to get all that on the record before we get into the evidentiary portion of the hearing. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and call the proceeding. This is PUC proceeding number 23A-0347CP-EXT. It's the application for an extension filed by MedRide, LLC. Today is Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning, the appointed time for this hearing. We are here today for the evidentiary hearing on the application. Intervenor Sunshine Taxi is also present. If I could first have everyone's appearances, starting with the applicant.
Sure. Henry Baskerville and Lenny Plimpton for the applicant, MedRide, and also with us is Tyler Borzilleri, whose name I probably just butchered, as well, as a representative for MedRide.
Okay. And Tyler's on the call. I see you there. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Baskerville. If I could have appearances for the intervenor, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Valentine from the law firm of Keys and Fox on behalf of Intervenor Sunshine, and with me is Mr. Kelly Milan.
Okay. Make sure I've got all these written down so that I don't forget later who is here. Okay. All right. All right, before we get into opening statements or anything like evidentiary matters, we did receive a motion on Friday from applicant MedRide for leave to supplement its witness and exhibit list to add a number of witnesses and add a number of exhibits. I did not receive a response from intervenor because, I mean, obviously we didn't receive it until Friday. There's a 14-day time period for responding to motions. So obviously that was within that time frame. And there was no indication in the motion as required by commission rules indicating whether there had been any conferral between the parties about this motion. So having read the motion, I'm actually going to ask Mr. Valentine to speak first, because and then Mr. Baskerville, I'll have you respond. But Mr. Valentine, since you haven't responded yet, what is your position on this motion?
Well, it won't surprise you, Your Honor, that we would urge that the commission deny the motion. And the time period for responding to the motion has, as you pointed out, not expired yet, and there was no conferral. There was no suggestion that the commission shorten response time. So on those grounds alone, we think the motion should be denied, but I'm going to address the substance of the motion, if I may.
Yes, please.
So Rule 1405K governs discovery and witness and exhibit lists in in regulated intrastate carrier application proceedings. And the goal is to limit discovery, and subsection 4 does that by limiting the amount of discovery to 20 requests. No depositions can be taken. And then, because this is limited, the commission balances that with disclosure. And this is akin to what goes on under modified procedure in district court. The commission requires the filing of fairly detailed witness and exhibit lists. And in my experience, if a witness is not listed, that witness can't testify. If testimony is not disclosed, it can't be offered. And if exhibits aren't provided, they're not admitted. And so, you know, this is the balance that the commission has struck to make these cases affordable, but to provide due process. So here we find ourselves right back where we were at the beginning of the case. You've already extended the date for filing of initial witness and exhibit lists, and then you set a date for final witness and exhibit lists. And now on Friday, the applicant requests that they get another shot long after the deadline has expired. So going to the substance of the motion fails to state good cause. It doesn't set forth why applicant is so late, other than to state that during hearing prep, they discovered additional material and determined that there was another witness within MedRide who had testimony to offer. The body of the motion fails to inform the court of really the complete supplement to the witness and exhibit list. It doesn't discuss the addition of a new witness who will apparently speak to the adequacy of shuttle service in the area. Applicant's motion states that there won't be any prejudice when applicant introduces at the last minute a huge volume of demographic data and other material, almost quadrupling the number of exhibits, and 2 new witnesses, one of whom is going to testify about items not on applicant's prior lists. Of course, just because the applicant states there's no prejudice doesn't mean there won't be any. The reality is that TASCO hasn't had time to review the new evidence presented by the applicant and to determine how to respond. You know, perhaps TASCO would call an outside witness in response to these new documents. TASCO's witness and exhibit list was designed to cover the case that was presented to it in discovery and on applicant's witness and exhibit list. You know, this is the first whiff that adequacy of existing shuttle service would be part of applicant's case. And this is right before the hearing. Intervenor conducted discovery, sent January 24th, and used up its allotment of questions, and it doesn't have the ability to probe the applicant's planned testimony about the demographic information and the service. And this is just prejudicial. Intervenor asked applicant in discovery 2 questions. And Ms. Federico, I'm wondering if you could pull up from our box hearing exhibit 104, please. Okay, and if you could scroll down to questions 18 and 19. And the responses, I apologize. So keep going. '18 says, please indicate all dates on which each witness testifying on behalf of applicant used service provided by intervenor. MedRide objected to the request as not relevant. And then it said, MedRide does not have information about people using services provided by intervenor. And then for 19, the response is MedRide has no evidence regarding intervener. So, you know, this is the sort of the posture of the case, if you will. And for them to want to now put in this evidence is very prejudicial. So we ask that the motion be denied.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Valentine. Anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Mr. Baskerville, do you wish to respond?
I think my colleague, Ms. Plimpton, is going to respond.
All right, Ms. Plimpton, go ahead, please.
Morning, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay. So I just wanted to first address this concept that the first whiff that intervener had, that adequacy would be part of the case is now. That's the entire question we're here to discuss today. That's the legal standard. So I don't think it makes any sense for them to say that they don't understand that that's what we're going to be talking about today. So that's my first response on that. As for the witnesses, we are only asking for one witness. I know there was, I think we requested 2 new witnesses in the motion, but really we only need Pam. We're only asking for Pam Kribari. She is an employee of MedRide, and the good cause for this we did outline in the motion, but unexpectedly we had the witnesses who could testify as to the situation on the ground there in Mesa County be unavailable and refuse to come. That was within the past, few days. So one, I think it's in the interest of justice and the public interest that you allow this witness to come in. And 2, it's not really a surprise in the sense that she is a member of MedRide, so she will just be adding to the testimony of the company. She is the manager of that entire region, so really it would be a supplement to Mr. Bozzoleri's testimony. She is just located there, and so we felt, given the changed circumstances with the other witnesses, that we needed her, and I believe that this testimony will be incredibly valuable for Your Honor in reaching a correct decision that's in the interest of the public. All
right. Thank you, Ms. Plimpton. Mr. Valentine, I'm sorry, is there something else you wanted to add?
Well, and just to address this idea about discovery, our discovery responses, these were filed in February, which is before our first witness list was due. So these were answered based on, what we had at the time. Question 18, actually, I don't see what that has anything to do with anything. I don't think counsel actually explained that. I can't see it right now. Did that screen, do we still have that?
Stephanie, would you mind putting up Exhibit 104 one more time, please?
So just going back to the one.
Back to answer a response to question 19. Right there. Thank you.
So, it's true that we would have absolutely no way of knowing the dates that people use Sunshine's, services. That they would know that. So, I don't even see how that relates in any way to what we're discussing right now. And then again, provide all evidence. That's what the witness list and the exhibit list is for. So I don't think that's even an appropriate question there. Finally, the new exhibits that we've submitted, they're all judicially noticeable information. They're all public data. The census data is public. These are not facts that are reasonably disputable. We're talking about the population of the county. We're talking about the percentage of people who are age 65 and over. So a query whether we even needed to submit these as exhibits, but in the interest of good faith and making sure that we have them, we did want to submit those. The other items are along the same lines. They're news articles discussing the rising need for services like transportation for seniors and things like that. So all of those exhibits are judicially noticeable, and that's just another reason why there wouldn't be any prejudice here.
Okay, I guess your understanding of judicially noticeable and mine is different. Just because something is available on the internet doesn't make it judicially noticeable. The judicially noticeable materials are things that are within the commission's records, the things that are court related that I can get through another proceeding such as that, but
Well,
not necessarily any article or anything. So anything, well,
if I could
wanted
just
to clarify the
quickly
point.
say something about that. Perhaps you're right about the articles, but I do believe the standard for judicial notice is things that are not subject to reasonable dispute. And these census exhibits they're data from the US government, from the census. And so I do think that judicial notice does apply to public facts that are out there. You know, whether you want to take notice of news articles or reports, right? One of the exhibits is a report from a government agency addressing aging, right? So I would suggest that you can take judicial notice of facts like census facts and population data.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Plimpton?
No, that's it. I hope I addressed every point, but I'm happy to speak to anything that you feel that I'm perhaps missed.
No, I think you've covered everything. Mr. Valentine, did you want to respond at all?
Yes, it's very surprising to me that they're suggesting that I don't understand the adequacy of service is at issue in this case. Of course it's at issue in this case. And the reality is that their witness and exhibit lists didn't provide any suggestion that they would be talking about TASCO's service. And so 18 and 19, those questions were designed to elicit whether they had any witnesses who had personal experience using TASCO's service. That's certainly relevant information. And, you know, she's absolutely right. The adequacy of service is a crucial issue in this case. And it's not my fault if they didn't put anybody on their list to testify about Mr. Milan's service. That's what this disclosure is about. This is why we have discovery. That's why I asked those questions. I'm allowed to know what they're going to say about Mr. Milan's service. And if they don't want to put on their witness and exhibit list that somebody's going to talk about that stuff, that's a big problem, because then I assume that they're not going to. And you assume they're not going to. You know, that's what the witness and exhibit list is for. So the motion should be denied.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Valentine's question was, tell us all the times that your witnesses have ridden in a sunshine taxi.
No.
We don't know that. If I let you talk, Mr. Valentine, please don't interrupt me. We answered, we don't know. We don't know if our witnesses, when our witnesses have ridden in your taxi. That doesn't mean that our witnesses can't give testimony and other evidence about whether they believe Mr. Milan's service is adequate. I mean, there are other ways other than riding in his taxi to determine whether or not it's adequate. That certainly riding in his taxi may be one way. Another way could be to say, I can never find any of his taxis when I want to use one. So the inability to ride in his taxi could also be evidence of the adequacy or lack thereof of the service.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Your
Bessel.
Honor.
You know what? I don't appreciate the tag teaming. You know, one
I'm
person.
sorry, that was my fault, Your Honor. I shouldn't have done that.
Is there, so, okay, Ms. Plimpton, you were arguing it. Is there something you wanted to add?
I apologize. Yes, and I'll keep it short. Mr. Valentine submitted exhibits showing the adequacy of their service. That's what his exhibits show. So there's not a problem there. And the intervener's notice of intervention itself talks about the adequacy of service. This is not a new issue. This is not something that they're surprised by. This is what the case is about.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Plimpton. I'm ready to rule on this. So I understand that, you know, adequacy of service is going to be an issue. Mr. Valentine understood that. Mr. Baskerville understood it. That's the main issue in any of these cases. However, who's going to talk about that is something that needed to be disclosed quite a long time ago. And, you know, we have extended this out many times I have for MedRide's benefit, right? MedRide missed the initial pre-hearing conference. MedRide missed the initial witness and exhibit list deadline. We rescheduled the hearing to accommodate and allow for that. We changed the format to accommodate Mr. Baskerville's illness because I didn't want to have people dragged out to Grand Junction with the risk of getting sick. But the deadline to file a supplemental witness and exhibit list was February 27th, and that was designed to allow the opposing party sufficient time and the commission sufficient time to adequately prepare. 2 business days prior to the hearing is very last minute. And I saw nothing in your motion, and I heard nothing today that indicated why any of this information couldn't have been provided to the opposing party and to the commission in a timely fashion. I mean, I understand you may not have known until the last minute that some witnesses might not be willing to testify, but somebody who works as a managing partner or a manager, you said, for MedRide certainly could have been added to the witness list at the beginning, and you would have, if she was on the ground in Grand Junction, surely you could have realized quite some time ago that she would have had information that may have been useful. So at this point, I'm denying the motion. As to the documents, I am also denying it. But if there are any that are truly fall under the category of judicial notice, I will be willing to consider it on that basis. But I'm going to deny the motion as being untimely, and that the request to supplement the witness and exhibit list at this late stage is untimely. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a point of clarification in terms of the issue of judicial notice. As Ms. Plimpton said, we do believe that the census data and so forth is proper for that. How do you want us to tee that up? Do you want us to just bring up the exhibit, ask you to take judicial notice of it, or would you like us to file a written submission on that issue? Obviously not during the hearing, but after it's over.
I think we just address it one by one. We'll pull them up, and Mr. Valentine can weigh in then and let me know whether he agrees with your assessment that it's a matter of judicial notice, because obviously if it is, then that's, you know, an acceptable use of it. But I'm not clear from Ms. Plimpton's statement that they all fall under that category, first of all. And, you know, second of all, you know, just because you might be able to use some of them for demonstrative purposes rather than having them admitted. So judicial notice and demonstrative are ways you can use for me to take a look at exhibits without having them necessarily fully admitted. But at this point, I'm denying the motion. I just don't see any grounds and any basis for the delay. I'm sorry. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baskerville. Thank you, Ms. Plimpton.
Thank you.
All right. Any other preliminary matters that need to be addressed before we get to the main evidentiary portion of the hearing?
Not from the applicant's perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Baskerville. Mr. Valentine from the interveners?
Yeah, I am ready, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Baskerville, Mr. Valentine, do either of you wish to make any kind of an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to.
Please go ahead, Mr. Baskerville. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Your Honor. On behalf of myself, my colleague Lenny Plimpton, and my client MedRide, thank you for the time and attention that you will show this case today and over the coming weeks while you consider and draft your ruling. We believe that after the hearing the evidence today, you will conclude that it is in the interest of the people of Mesa County that MedRide be granted a common carrier authority to provide shuttle services. First, I'd like to tell you a little bit about MedRide. MedRide is a transportation company that was started in Pueblo County, Colorado in 2018. MedRide's core business historically has been non-emergency medical transportation for Medicaid patients. But MedRide is currently expanding its business outside of Medicaid transportation in order to meet the needs of the public all over Colorado, but especially in underserved rural communities. MedRide is based in Colorado Springs. It has offices in Pueblo, Highlands Ranch, and Grand Junction. MedRide has over 250 vehicles operating in Colorado, the majority of which are equipped to take persons who are in wheelchairs or who have other mobility challenges. MedRide has a total of 300 plus employees, including over 250 drivers. Intervenor Sunshine Taxi, on the other hand, from the most recent data that we've seen, which is which was produced from 2022, has 12 vehicles, 17 drivers, and 4 staff members. Yet it is the sole authorized common carrier to provide not only shuttle transportation services, but also taxi transportation and sightseeing transportation services throughout Mesa County. Now, I know that on my request, we are not sitting in Grand Junction today, but let me tell you a little bit about Mesa County. Mesa County has a population of over 160,000 people, and it is growing. Our view is that Sunshine Taxi is just spread far too thin and is simply unable to meet the public need for shuttle transportation services in Mesa County. MedRide currently has common carrier licenses for providing non-Medicaid shuttle services in El Paso and Pueblo counties, and it has this pending application in Mesa and others in Front Range counties. As a shuttle service in these counties, one of the primary things that MedRide does is to transport people to and from medical appointments, and sometimes to school in areas that are underserved by bus systems. MedRide prides itself on customer service, and it uses its extensive experience in medical transport to ensure that its customers, many of whom are seniors, get the help that they need. Excuse me. In fact, MedRide's drivers will, if needed, walk their customers up to their appointments and can wait for them until they're finished. In addition, MedRide has insurance that allows drivers to sign waivers from medical facilities to take responsibility for getting a patient home safely in situations where a patient may be partially incapacitated, for example, from the after effects of general anesthesia or something similar. As noted, MedRide has an office in Grand Junction, the largest city in Mesa County. From that office, MedRide provides the non-emergency medical transportation for its Medicaid patients. In El Paso County, MedRide provides rides to school children in underserved areas because school busing systems took a major hit during COVID, and there's a particular need for those students who require the assistance of a wheelchair. MedRide is uniquely qualified to provide those services because of its fleet of vehicles that are equipped to handle passengers with wheelchairs. Because MedRide already provides the non-emergency medical transportation services to Medicaid patients in Mesa County, MedRide has frequent interactions with people in Mesa County in general and also at medical facilities in particular. And in those interactions, MedRide is often told that the county lacks sufficient shuttle transportation services to meet the needs of Mesa County. For this reason, MedRide has filed this application to be able to provide common carrier services throughout Mesa County. MedRide would use the common carrier license to provide people of Mesa County with the rides they need, particularly in situations where a full contract is not necessary or possible. For example, in a small school district or for seniors in rural areas. As noted, MedRide in El Paso County, MedRide provides rides to and from school for certain students who are not served by buses and whose parents are not able to drive the student. Senior citizens, for example, could use MedRide's services to get groceries or pick up their medicine. We believe the evidence will show that there's a huge public need for shuttle transportation services in Mesa County. As I said before, Mesa County is the 11th most populous state in the county in the state with over 160,000 people. Not only that, Mesa County is huge. It is more than 3 times the size of the state of Rhode Island. It's also larger than the state of Delaware. It takes multiple hours to drive across the county. And yet, in that vast area, there's only one common carrier for these 3 types of services, and that's Sunshine. And since 2020, the population of Mesa County has grown by 2.6%. And you compare that to Denver, which people say is growing, but during that period, Denver has only grown by less than, by about 0.1%. But as noted, the 160,000 people and growing is served by only 12 vehicles. That means on average, Mesa County has 1 taxi per 13,300 people. And not only that, more than 20% of the population of Mesa County is over 65. If you compare that to Denver County, which is 12.5%, or El Paso County, which is 14%, we see that Mesa County has a much larger percentage of elderly people than do some of the Front Range counties. And MedRide is able to help service these people and would like to do so. The huge number of elderly experience mobility challenges as they face serious barriers to transportation, paired with a much greater need for medical services. It's especially critical for seniors in rural areas and other people who live far from Grand Junction. In our view, Sunshine Taxi simply does not have the ability to meet the public need, and thus there is a great public interest to grant MedRide a common carrier authorization. If MedRide gets this authority, it will be able to tackle some of the serious transportation problems unique to seniors and residents of rural areas by taking such persons to medical appointments, group meetings, to school, and other types of critical needs, such as grocery stores, food banks, and governmental services. MedRide services are in critical need in Mesa County, and as a result, we ask that Your Honor grant the application. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Baskerville. Mr. Valentine, do you wish to give an opening statement? And I forgot to say this at the beginning, but I'm going to ask that when we're not speaking, if you could please mute your mic, because it makes sure we don't have too much background noise. So, Mr. Valentine, do you want to make an opening statement as well?
Thank you, Your Honor. Briefly, the evidence in this case will show that TASCO is a long-standing transportation provider in Mesa County, that it has ample vehicles and drivers to handle the volume of transportation in Mesa County, and that there is no unmet public need for transportation in Mesa County. The evidence will also show that the applicant fails to meet the three primary things that it must prove in this case. Ultimately, the evidence will show that granting this CPCN is not in the public interest. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. All right. Any other issues before we proceed with the evidentiary portion?
Not from the applicant's perspective, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Baskerville, are you then ready to, or Mr. Valentine, anything from you? You're good?
No, I'm good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right, Mr. Baskerville, are you then ready to call your first witness?
We are. That'll be handled by Ms. Plimpton.
Okay, Ms. Plimpton, are you ready to call your first witness?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to call Tyler Borzilleri.
Okay, Mr. Borzilleri?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And are we saying that right?
Yeah, Borzilleri.
Okay,
Borzilleri. All right.
great.
Mr. Borzilleri, if you'll go ahead and raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
I do.
All right. Ms. Plimpton, go ahead and proceed.
Great. Thank you for being here, Mr. Borzilleri. And first, could you just spell your name for the record?
Yeah. First name Tyler, Tyler. Last name Borzilleri, Borzilleri.
Great, thanks. So I'm just going to start with a little background information.
Sure.
First, can you tell me where you currently live?
I currently live in Littleton, Colorado.
And are you from Colorado originally?
Yes.
How long have you been working for MedRide?
Roughly 3 years.
And what's your job title?
Vice President of Business Development.
Can you tell me a little bit about your job duties?
Yeah, oversee the business development, growth, and marketing for MedRide and all subsequent entities under its ownership umbrella.
And when you say you oversee growth, can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so expanding current business, such as Medicaid and other contracts that we have, as well as acquiring new business for the company and all of its entities.
Great. And so MedRide has a bunch of business on the Western Slope, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you oversee that.
That is correct.
So is it safe to say that you are familiar with Mesa County and MedRide's operations there?
Yes.
So what types of transportation services does MedRide provide in Colorado?
Yeah, from a space type, we provide ambulatory and wheelchair services to Medicaid patients. And then you said in Colorado, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so we service, we're approved with Health First, or the Healthcare Policy and Financing Department with the state. And we are Medicaid approved to take primary Medicaid members to and from their medical necessity appointments. We also do direct contracts with large, medium, and small facilities. And we also do private pay with some of our end users in our current common carrier counties, such as El Paso and Pueblo County.
Okay, so I think I heard you say that you provide Medicaid transportation services, is that right?
Correct.
And then non-Medicaid transportation services as well?
Correct.
Okay. Can you give us just a quick version about Medicaid transportation services? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, so anyone who's a primary Medicaid member or on Medicaid as their primary insurance, they are able to get transportation to and from medical necessity appointments throughout the state of Colorado. The 9 Denver metro counties is handled under a broker umbrella, and then the remainder of the state and the remainder counties, or the rural counties, is handled directly with transportation companies like ourselves.
And do you do that in Mesa County?
We do.
Okay. How many years has MedRide been providing Medicaid transportation services?
Since 2018.
Okay. And is the fact that you're providing those services the main reason why almost all of your vehicles are equipped to transport people with mobility challenges, wheelchairs, and such?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to, at this point, object to this line of questioning, because in the disclosure, there is nothing that shows that MedRide is going to go through this witness into the details of its Medicaid operations. And we asked for discovery about their operations on this, and they said it wasn't relevant. And so, you know, different judges have different ideas about how strict to be with witness and exhibit lists, but this testimony is not disclosed.
Ms. Plimpton, how do you want to respond?
Your Honor, this testimony is absolutely disclosed on our witness list. It says that Mr. Bolsolari is going to testify as to the growing need of applicant services. He's going to testify about the applicant's intention to serve people who need these types of services, who do not have Medicaid as their primary insurance. And to the extent that any of this is more just its general background, we're setting up the background for MedRide. It's also an issue in the case whether MedRide is equipped to provide these services. So all of this background goes to issues in the case, and it is all captured right there in our witness disclosure.
Thank you, Ms. Plimpton. Mr. Valentine?
Well, there's no question that they disclose that they're going to talk about the need for this service, but they don't disclose that they're going to talk about MedRide's current transportation and how it's equipped through that to provide its operational fitness. And there's nothing that even uses those words in these disclosures. And so, had it been disclosed, we could have asked discovery about this too. We asked for trip information. They said it wasn't relevant.
All right, Mr. Valentine, I'm going to overrule the objection. I think this is foundational information. Ms. Plimpton is simply setting the stage as to the area into which MedRide is seeking to expand, and that's honestly information that I can't fully understand and that she can't fully explain unless she tells me what they're doing now. So I think this is just foundational and would fall within the disclosure of what services they're seeking to expand into. You can't expand unless you have some base first. So
Fair enough, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Woodson.
Thank you, Your Honor. About how many Colorado counties does MedRide currently provide Medicaid transportation in?
55 plus. I think there's around 64, 65 total counties in Colorado. We service about 90% of those. So 55, 56, around that number of counties.
And in some of those counties, you also provide non-Medicaid transportation.
That is correct.
So I'm going to just go into a little more background about the growing need for your services.
Okay.
Do most senior citizens qualify for Medicaid?
It depends. No, not most of them. That's more of a Medicare, I guess, for senior citizens.
Okay, and so given that the majority of senior citizens are on Medicare, can they get rides via your Medicaid transportation services?
Not currently in Mesa County.
Okay, because your Medicaid transportation licenses, for lack of a better word, only allow you to transport people who have Medicaid. Right?
Correct.
So if a senior in Mesa County needed a ride to a doctor appointment and they only had Medicare, you could not transport them.
Currently, yes.
Okay. In the counties where you're providing non-Medicaid rides, well, let's back up. How many counties are you providing non-Medicaid rides in right now?
2, El Paso County and Pueblo County.
Okay. And in fact, those 2 counties, that is the basis for your extension request here, is the authority in those.
That is correct.
Okay, in those 2 counties. Are many of the non-Medicaid rides that you're providing in El Paso and Pueblo County for seniors?
Yes. Seniors or medical related appointments. Yes.
For non-seniors.
Correct.
Well.
Yep.
And in one of those counties, you're also doing some other types of rides. I think for school, yep. For example.
Yeah, student transportation. School districts in those approved counties that we're in have come to MedRide with a need of fulfilling some student transportation that students otherwise do not have the means or resources to get to and from school on a daily basis. So we're fulfilling some of that as well in those counties.
Great. And with respect to that common carrier authority in El Paso and Pueblo, the PUC did in fact find that MedRide was fit to provide those services.
Correct.
How many vehicles does MedRide currently operate in Colorado?
Over 250 vehicles.
And how many of those vehicles are currently operating in Mesa County?
Tough to say, but how we decipher it is Western Slope. We have 60 plus vehicles on the Western Slope.
So if MedRide were to get the common carrier authority tomorrow, how many vehicles would it be able to start operating in Mesa County, approximately?
Currently, the 60 plus for an immediate need, but for all intents and purposes, we have license and we have PUC stickers with our current El Paso and Pueblo County license for all 240, 250 of our vehicles. So technically all of them would be able to operate them out there if we were to get this authority and extension.
So if the need was larger than the 60 vehicles would satisfy, you could very easily move any of those 250 over to satisfy that need.
Absolutely.
About how many drivers are currently providing shuttle services at your company on the Western Slope?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
But let's start. How many drivers does MedRide have right now in Colorado?
I'm going to object again, Your Honor, and this will be the last time, I promise, on this line. We're beyond foundation here, and there's no disclosure on this witness and exhibit list about who's going to testify about operational fitness, who's going to testify about the number of vehicles. the testimony it goes to the need for services and fair enough, but none of this is disclosed. And I won't make this objection again. It's not fair and it's prejudicial.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Ms. Plimpton, your response?
So, I mean, the application itself talks about how there's a need for these services and that MedRide wants to provide them. Again, the witness list does say that this witness is going to testify about the need for the services and MedRide's intention to provide those services. This is all part and parcel of MedRide's entire application, the legal issues at stake in this action that are not a surprise to anyone. And this witness was disclosed as the corporate, as the representative of MedRide. So, of course, he's going to be talking about the background of MedRide, MedRide's fitness to provide services, and overall, the qualifications that MedRide has in order to meet the need in Mesa County, which is the absolute foundation for its application.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Plimpton. Mr. Valentine, anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, and I guess I would just say there's no of course about it. I don't assume that anybody's going to testify on anything unless it's disclosed. That's the way these cases are supposed to work.
Okay. Oops. Well, I'm looking at MedRide's witness and exhibit list, and as I read it, it's fairly broad with respect to Mr. Borzilleri. And in my mind, this is a foundational information that goes directly to, the scope of the service they provide, the scope of the service that they want to expand into. Perhaps I don't believe any party is required to identify every single point that a witness might talk about. I mean, yes, you have to give a general idea. Yes, you have to disclose it. But I think this is within the scope of what was disclosed, and is certainly within the scope of what of the application and what Mr. Borzilleri was going to be discussing in terms of the applicant's current services, need for non-emergency medical transport, and the growing need. To me, all of what he's talking about falls within that broad umbrella. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Plimpton. Thank you, Mr. Valentine.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. And I would add it. The intervener put these things at issue in their own application. So of course we're going to need to talk about them. So I appreciate that. Where was I?
I muted myself. The last question I had was about drivers on the Western Slope, number of drivers on the Western Slope.
Okay, thank you. And did I get, first of all, I think I actually wanted to know how many drivers total in Colorado.
Yeah, so roughly it fluctuates, but we're right around the 240 drivers currently with our 250 vehicles. Fluctuates a little bit with vacant drivers and hiring drivers leaving the company, all that good stuff. So
okay, and so is it similar to the 250 vehicles? Any of those drivers could be tapped to provide services in any county, is that right?
Any county for Medicaid or any county for non-Medicaid?
Any county in which you have the authority to provide shuttle services.
Absolutely, because when we got our authority in El Paso County and Pueblo County, we purchased PUC stickers for all roughly 250 vehicles of our current fleet. So yes.
And about how many drivers are currently operating for either Medicaid, combining Medicaid and non-Medicaid? How many drivers do you have currently operating on the Western Slope?
Roughly 60.
Okay. So I think we've established, right, that Medicaid, correct me if I'm wrong, has common carrier authority in Pueblo County and El Paso County, right?
Correct.
Do you know the approximate population of Pueblo County?
I do not.
And Your Honor, I would ask to reference our exhibit as judicially noticeable, and this is Exhibit 3. I'm sorry, Exhibit 4. Exhibit 4, now I don't know how you want to go about this, but if you should.
So let me explain it to you really briefly, Ms. Plimpton. What we do is you tell me what exhibit you want to look at, and my fantastic, fabulous legal assistant, Stephanie Kunkel, will pull it up on the screen so that we can all see it. So if you just give her a moment to access it, she can do that.
And actually, can we start with Exhibit 5? And I'll represent that Exhibit 4 and 5 are actually the exact same document. They just have a different line is highlighted. So I guess we don't really need both. So I think I'll just start with Exhibit 5.
Okay. If you don't need both, are you only going to be using one then?
If Your Honor thinks that's easiest, it's really just the difference in highlighting for ease of viewing.
And Stephanie, if I'm going to ask you, you could blow it up just a little bit more for me. I am old and have trouble seeing it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Tyler, can you see this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I believe I asked about Pueblo County. If you can look at the second column there, do you see what it says at the top?
Well, before we get into the details, can you tell us first what we're looking at, please?
Me or the witness?
The witness.
Your Honor.
Can you identify what this is?
Yeah, it looks like population census for Grand Junction, Pueblo, El Paso, and Mesa counties.
Okay. Ms. Plimpton, is it your intention to offer this as an exhibit?
Yes, we would offer this as an exhibit to establish judicially noticeable facts about the population of the counties in which we're discussing here today.
And can you, it says United States Census Bureau, can you identify from where you obtained this information?
Are you asking me, Your Honor?
I'm assuming you pulled it. So yes, Ms. Plimpton, can you tell me where you got this document from?
Yes, this document is from the United States Census Bureau's website.
Okay.
And you can see here, they have a portion of the website called Quick Facts, and it's actually really cool. It allows you to just type in any county or municipality, really anything, and it will pull up all of these statistics that you can see here in the columns.
Okay. So these are statistics that you pulled from a website that provided by or produced by the U.S. Census called Quick Facts, and you just plugged in Mesa County, and this is, or actually El Paso County and Pueblo County, and it pulled up the information you wanted.
That's right. It's a website, government website, the United States Census website.
Okay. Mr. Valentine, do you have a position on hearing exhibit? I guess this is 5.
And Your Honor, sorry, I'll just add, it looks like you can't see it, but the website is census.gov.
Census.gov, okay.
I guess I just have a few questions. This is a so from what I'm understanding, this is actually a document that was created by council by entering information into the website, and then the Census Bureau website pulls from its database. Is that what this is?
If you're asking me, no, this data is not created by myself or council.
No, but the document, but it's the document I'm interested in. I know you don't create the data.
Well, this is, you're correct that council, that this is a printout of data, because obviously you can't submit a website. The website is a website, it's on the internet. So this is information that has been compiled from the federal government.
So I think what Mr. Valentine is asking, Ms. Plimpton, is did you create this graph or this chart, or did the Census Bureau? Did you just plug in the information and this is a facsimile or image of what the census data put together? Or is it a chart that you put together based on the census data?
I did not put this data. I did not create this data. I did not create this chart. The website creates the chart.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that. And so this is based, I mean, as I'm reading this, this is based on the 2020 census, and the numbers here are estimates. Is that right? For 2023?
This is data from the census, and I think it speaks for itself. So I believe that the data provided by the government, as you can see here, is judicially noticeable. And yeah, we can all see it does have the word estimate there, and in a variety of places it also has the census data itself.
I don't have an objection to this document, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Hearing Exhibit 5 will then be admitted into evidence. Go ahead, Ms. Plimpton.
Thank you. So I believe I asked you about the population of Pueblo County, and if you can just look at the first line in the Pueblo County column.
Okay.
And do you see the population estimate for July 1, 2023 there?
I do. So 169,422.
Okay, and then going over to the third column, Mesa County, what does it have the estimate for that same date for Mesa County?
159,681.
So about 10,000, give or take, different.
Correct.
And I think, as you said, MedRide is currently providing non-Medicaid services in Pueblo County.
Correct.
So comparable counties in terms of population.
Yes.
If you have this in front of you, or if you know, what is the approximate number of non-Medicaid shuttle rides that MedRide provided last year in Pueblo County, or to date, year to date, perhaps?
I don't have that number offhand. That is part of the PUC report that we have to file. And that will be coming out soon, that we have to file back for the PUC in accordance with 2023 data.
And do you have a ballpark for that at all? Or?
I do not feel confident to give a ballpark number with that until I dig into the data and give the PUC back their report for 2023.
Would you say it's more than 200?
Yes.
I'm going to object to that question. That's a leading question. He said he didn't know.
Yeah, that was leading, Ms. Plimpton, so that's sustained. Do you want to try rephrasing your question?
Is the number more than 170?
Same objection.
I don't think that's leading. It's just a question.
Do you want to give it one more shot? Try and formulate it as a question that doesn't need a yes or no answer.
Can you provide me with what you think is the absolute sort of minimum number of rides that were provided non-Medicaid in Pueblo County?
Greater than 150 trips.
Okay, thank you. Does MedRide work with assisted living and nursing homes in Mesa County?
We do.
And in fact, if we could look at Exhibit 1, please. Can you look at that exhibit, Mr. Borzilleri, and tell me if you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
Looks like this is a letter of public support from one of our clients at the center at Foresight, which is located in Grand Junction, Colorado.
And by client, you mean someone that MedRide provides Medicaid ride services to?
Yeah, not directly for her, but for her facility and for her members, patients.
And the center at Foresight, what is that?
It's a short-term rehab assisted living facility.
For the elderly?
Majority elderly or people that have healthcare needs.
Okay. And so well, one, Your Honor, we would move to admit this document.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Plimpton. Mr. Valentine, do you have an objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 1?
I do. I think that the witness, the author of the letter is scheduled to testify. Isn't that right? And that might be a better person to speak to the contents of it.
Well, the contents will speak for themselves.
Right, but this is a hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement, and the preference typically is to call the author if that person is available. And I think she's scheduled to testify here.
I can't speak to that. Ms. Plimpton, can you?
As we did note earlier, these witnesses are not available, but I would just respond by saying that under PUC Rule 1501, the commission can accept any even evidence that would not be admissible in a court if it possesses reliable probative value that's commonly accepted by reasonable, prudent persons. And I believe our witness can authenticate this and speak to his own knowledge of this individual in this facility. And I believe that this letter will assist Your Honor in reaching a conclusion. And I would just suggest that under 1501, you can in fact admit it.
Mr. Valentine, anything you wanted to add?
Apologies, Your Honor. I didn't realize that none of the witnesses, the third-party witnesses, were willing to testify. She's absolutely right about the rule, and I don't have an objection as long as the letter speaks for itself and there's not testimony about the direct contents of the letter.
All right. Hearing exhibit 1 will then be admitted essentially without objection. And Mr. Valentine, if there's something else you want to object to as we're discussing it, please let me know. But at this point, it's admitted. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Plimpton. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so just going back, this is a letter from someone who works at an assisted living facility that MedRide provides services to, right?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay, so can you read the second paragraph of that letter?
Yeah. The Valley has been growing in long-term care and assisted living facilities extraordinarily. This has created a need for the transportation company, which focuses on the medical needs of patients rather than solely providing transportation. There is a need to consider the utilization of oxygen-assisted devices such as walkers and, more importantly, wheelchairs and assistance to and from the vehicle. I have experienced our patients leaving with taxi service and struggle when they enter their homes as the taxi service is unable to provide assistance.
Okay, and actually, I'll just stop you there.
Yep.
Going back up to the top as well, can you read the second sentence of this letter?
This has created a need for a transportation company which focuses on the medical needs of the patients rather than solely providing transportation.
Sorry, the second sentence of the first paragraph, please.
Oh, first paragraph.
Yeah, sorry.
With that, however, is not simply the need for transportation.
Sorry, it would be the sentence right before that.
I've had the fortune of working for the Center at Foresight since January of 2019.
And the next one?
In my time with Foresight, I have seen an increased need in transportation companies.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. This is already into evidence, and at this point, the questions have already been asked and answered because the letter speaks for itself.
Yes, Ms. Plimpton, I agree with Mr. Valentine. There's no need to have it read into the record when it's been admitted into evidence. I can read it. I will read it, and I promise you I will read it before any decision is made. So If there's something you want to highlight, that's fine, but there's no need to read vast portions of the already admitted exhibit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I actually didn't want him to just read that into the record. I was going to ask him a question about it.
Okay.
So that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and proceed then.
So is it consistent with your experience that there is an increased need for transportation in Mesa County?
Yes,
Okay. And just really quickly going back, do you know who this person is, Alyssa Kenny?
I do.
Okay. And you've spoken with her?
Yes,
And in fact, you work with her directly as part of the services that you guys are providing.
that is correct.
And what is her role at the center at Foresight?
Human resources.
Okay.
Not sure her exact title. I don't know if she's director of human resources, but she's the lead for their human resources department.
Okay, great. And has she explained at all what the need for transportation is there from her, at least at her facility?
Yeah, more availability of transportation.
And so she said that there is not enough transportation available.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying and it's calling for a hearsay response.
Yes, sustained, Ms. Plimpton.
Is there a large need for non-Medicaid transportation from facilities such as the facility we're looking at here in Exhibit 1?
Yes,
And is that need being met in Mesa County?
currently no.
Thank you. And how do you know that?
Speaking with customers such as Alyssa directly for their, as we provide Medicaid transportation, them speaking to us about customers who are non-Medicaid.
Can we bring up Exhibit 2? And do you recognize this?
I do.
And do you recognize the name of the person who signed this?
Yes.
And who's he?
He is another direct client of MedRide, in which his facility, we help facilitate Medicaid transportation.
And what facility is it that he works for?
I believe it's directly called Hope West PACE. It is a PACE program located in Grand Junction, Colorado.
And what's a PACE program?
PACE program is a facility for elderly or memory care patients to go to seek medical, I guess, needs and requirements.
So it sounds like some of those residents do have Medicaid because you're providing those types of transportation services.
Correct.
But do you know if many of the residents are in fact not on Medicaid?
Yes.
Do you have a sense of what percent or of those particular residents for this facility are Medicaid versus non-Medicaid?
Every facility is different. A lot of time the PACE programs have different benefits than Medicaid and Medicare. So for this facility, I would say greater than 50% would be non-Medicaid.
Okay. And has Mr. Klesner expressed that there is a need for non-Medicaid rides from his facility?
Yes.
And do you know if those needs are being met at the current time?
From what I have been told, they are not.
And I'm going to object and ask that that answer be struck. It's a hearsay answer. And, you know, the reality is that for whatever reason, the author of this letter declined to testify here today, and even though this is apparently a terrific need. And so the answer should be struck. There's no personal knowledge here.
Well, Mr. Valentine, she asked him if he knew, so she framed it in such a way that eliminated the hearsay.
But this is based on what he's been told by other people, which is his testimony.
But she asked him if he knew Mr. Valentine. I mean, that's how else is he going to get the information, Mr. Valentine?
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would move to admit Exhibit 2.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Plimpton. Mr. Valentine, do you have any objection to the admission of hearing Exhibit 2?
This time I'm going to object, Your Honor, because there's been no explanation as to why the author has all of a sudden declined to testify and to support this letter. It's a hearsay letter that is designed to support public need. One of the main things in this case, it's a very important issue, and for those reasons, it should be excluded.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Valentine. Ms. Plimpton?
I agree that it's very important, and that's exactly why Your Honor should exercise your discretion to admit this evidence and to consider it in reaching your decision. There's a reason why the rules allow you to do that, and the overall guiding principle behind this entire process, as I'm sure you know, is to ensure that the public has access to safe, efficient, and adequate services. So, I mean, not to get too far back, but this is a regulated monopoly. A monopoly is a rare and, you know, strange thing here in this country, right? So I would just ask this exact same reason why Your Honor admitted Exhibit 1 applies equally here. It's important, and you don't have to follow the rules of evidence in this hearing.
Mr. Valentine, anything you want to add?
Well, you know, I guess that if this thing, we continue to object. I mean, there's actually a fair amount in this letter. There's a line in here that says MedRide only providing transportation to Medicaid patients hinders them from expanding their company. And, you know, that is one of the reasons why Mr. Klesner supports this application. I can't ask him about his reasons for supporting this application now. And that reason really doesn't have anything to do with the case. And so it's a nuanced letter, and it's hearsay, and it should be excluded.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Valentine. I do take your points. However, I am capable of weighing the evidence and giving it the due weight that it deserves, including teasing out those portions that might be more helpful than others. So I will admit the exhibit over objection. So hearing Exhibit 2 will be admitted over the objection, and the objection is overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Plimpton.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I want you to read the second sentence to yourself. The second sentence of this letter to yourself. Please.
Okay.
And so would you agree that Grand Valley, which I understand Mesa County is in Grand Valley, is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Would you agree that the Grand Valley area is short with respect to companies who are able to transport and help those with ambulatory needs?
I do agree with that.
And MedRide can provide those services, right?
Yes.
Now, if we could just go back, please, to Exhibit 5. And then going down on this first column, do you see where it says age and sex and it's in bold?
First column, yes.
Yeah, age and sex. And then 3 down, you'll see where it says person 65 years and over %.
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to scroll over all the way to the last column, and could you tell me what percent of residents are 65 years and over in Mesa County?
21.1%.
And then if you go to the second to last column, do you see that that column is for El Paso County?
I would assume that I can't see El Paso County without scrolling back up, but I believe it's 19.4%.
So she
I'm
scrolled
sorry.
back up. Can you see it now?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So the one next to it. Yeah, you can go back down.
Yeah. And
So
so
that would be 14%.
14%. Okay. So actually scanning this whole column, person 65 years and over percent, Mesa County's the highest, right?
Correct.
And if a county has more elderly residents per capita, would you expect that it would need proportionally more shuttle services?
Yes.
And is that because in your experience, have you found that elderly persons have a greater need for shuttle transportation services?
Yes.
And why is that?
Sometimes they don't have the means necessary or resources to get to and from either medical appointments or just transportation in general.
And maybe like, for example, some of them can't drive any longer.
Correct.
Do you know how many shuttle providers are common carriers in Mesa County?
I believe one.
And who is that?
Sunshine Taxi, to my knowledge.
Okay. And I'm almost done here. So thanks for bearing with me.
Yeah.
Given the population of Mesa County, which I believe we established was about 160,000, and knowing that you are providing these services in in Pueblo County, correct? Which, as we discussed earlier, has about the same population.
Correct.
Do you have a sense of how many cars would probably be needed to meet the need for shuttle services in Mesa County?
Above 50 vehicles, greater than 50 vehicles.
So would 12 vehicles be enough?
No.
If we could just, sorry for jumping around a little bit, but could we jump back to Exhibit 3? I'd like to look at the third paragraph there. Do you see where it says that, and I'll paraphrase, people are getting left behind or waiting for hours? That's the first sentence. You see that?
Reading it right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you, in your experience, are you aware of residents in Mesa County being either unable to obtain a shuttle ride when they need it,
Yes.
or getting a shuttle ride but having to wait for an extended period of time?
Yes.
Does MedRide typically cause people who need a ride to wait very long?
No, not for an extended time. We pride ourselves on timeliness and customer service.
And do you know about how many dispatchers MedRide has?
Yeah, so our dispatch and scheduling team is combined into one. Dispatchers handle same day routing, schedulers handle anything 24 hours in advance of scheduling, the person's ride. Within that team, it's over 10 employees.
And is that because you don't want people to have to wait on hold for very long when they are looking to schedule a ride?
Correct. Yeah, we put an emphasis and value on logistics and transportation to make sure we're getting to patients as quickly as we can.
How important do you think it is for someone with perhaps someone with serious medical problems to be picked up in a timely manner?
Extremely important. If they have medical issues, sometimes if they are significantly late or miss their appointment, they have issues getting rescheduled or back in to see their doctor or an alternative solution.
In fact, sometimes when you miss a medical appointment, it can take a really long time to reschedule, right?
Absolutely.
So in a way, would you agree that it can in fact be life or death or close to it for people to not get the transportation they need to go to these types of appointments?
Yes, depending on the severity and the diagnosis of the patient, yes.
Why does MedRide want to get this authority to provide these services in Mesa County?
We have the means necessary to do it, and we provide a service in Colorado, being the largest non-emergent medical transportation company in the state. We're equipped to do it, and we want to help out the community, the patients, and the members of the community to get to and from their appointments safely and in a timely manner.
Thank you. And I have to say, for the record, I made a mistake. Earlier, we were looking at Exhibit 3, and I switched over to Exhibit 3 on accident. So I apologize for that. Could we actually bring up Exhibit 3 so I could correct that problem?
Ms. Plimpton, just to be clear, this is hearing Exhibit 3. I think maybe you're wanting to, hearing Exhibits 1 and 2 have been admitted into evidence. So maybe you're thinking about hearing Exhibit 2. This one is 3.
Okay, I apologize. Exhibits 2 and 3 look so similar because they're in the same font, so I'm getting a little mixed up. We would move to admit Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Okay, in hearing Exhibit, can you, I don't believe you've indicated who prepared this letter or who it's from. So if you could give that foundational information first before you offer it.
Sure. Do you recognize this letter, Mr. Boselary?
Yes.
And who wrote this letter?
Another client of ours.
What's her name?
Sharon Wally.
And do you know where she works?
Eagle Ridge Post-Acute.
What is Eagle Ridge Post-Acute?
It's a post-acute center in Grand Junction, Colorado that is a short-term care facility.
And what types of patients receive services there?
Those that are in need of medical assistance, that include the elderly.
Okay. And what is Ms. Wally's title there?
Medical Records Director.
And did you say you know her personally? You've spoken to her?
Yes.
Okay. Has she expressed any opinions about the need for MedRide's non-Medicaid services there in Mesa County?
Yes, she has.
And I think we talked about is her statement here in the letter that people are left behind or waiting for hours. Is that consistent with conversations you've had with her?
Yes.
And is that consistent with your own experience?
Yes.
And what has she told you specifically about the need for services there from her facility? Her need for services?
That there's not enough transportation services within Grand Junction or Mesa County to adequately fulfill the transportation
Objection,
needs.
Your Honor. I'm sorry. I was muted and couldn't get off fast enough. This is a hearsay answer. The question calls directly for a hearsay answer, and the letter speaks for itself.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Ms. Plimpton?
Your Honor, I think we've addressed this exact issue with the other two exhibits. And so that remains our position. I think it's very important for Your Honor to consider this information. And I am asking Mr. Borzilleri to speak about his own experience, the effects on the listener, his conversations with these customers, and his own experiences there in Mesa County are motivating the application that we're here today to discuss. And they're motivating MedRide's, attempts to provide these types of services there. So I think there's a variety of reasons why this should be considered and why the objection should be denied.
Thank you, Ms. Plimpton. Mr. Valentine, anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, that wasn't the question. The question was, what did Miss Wally tell you? And what was what was the conversation you had with her? Certainly the witness is free to testify about his own knowledge, but this letter speaks for itself and is a contained document, and it calls for a direct hearsay response.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Ms. Plimpton, Mr. Valentine is correct. That is direct hearsay. The question you asked sought direct hearsay testimony about what Mr. Borzilleri was told by somebody else. Now, I will say, however, as you have correctly stated, Ms. Plimpton, in this context, in an administrative hearing, I am free to consider hearsay evidence, as we don't have a jury in front of us, and I can certainly weigh the evidence and give it the weight it's due in due course and determine its importance and relevance to the issues we're trying to decide. But I would ask that you finish up this line of questioning as to what, I believe it's Ms. Wally, may have told Mr. Borzilleri, because if it's anything beyond what the letter speaks for itself. So
absolutely, yes. And really, I'm trying to get to Mr. Borzilleri's knowledge here. So that is my intention.
yes,
and let me just be direct. Mr. Borzilleri, do you have knowledge about the need for non-Medicaid transportation services out of Eagle Ridge?
I do.
Eagle Ridge post-acute.
I do.
And how do you know about that need?
Firsthand from being inside the facility and witnessing it, patients being delayed coming back to Eagle Ridge post-acute, being delayed admissions into Eagle Ridge post-acute, and also waiting in the lobby for transportation to get to their medical appointment.
Thank you. I'm just going to pause for 1 second to make sure that there are no questions that I missed here. So one. Okay, so sort of trying to finish up here. Do you go to Mesa County often?
I do.
And like, about how frequently do you, as part of your job duties, are you required to go there?
That is correct.
Okay. And what have you personally seen, if you could provide me any more details? And I'm sorry, I need to pause. I did not close the loop there on that conversation about Exhibit 3. Was that admitted?
It has not been offered as far as I can remember. It has not been admitted yet, no.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, so I believed I offered it and then Mr. Valentine objected, but if I didn't, we would like to offer that for admission.
Okay. Mr. Valentine, any objection to the admission of hearing Exhibit 3, the letter from Ms. Wally?
Based on your prior rulings, no, Your Honor.
Okay. Hearing Exhibit 3 will then be admitted into evidence.
Thank you. Now going back to what we were discussing, your own experiences in Mesa County, what have you seen there personally suggesting a need for services?
Yeah, as previously stated, with over 250 vehicles, 60 vehicles in the Western Slope, I myself am in and out of a lot of medical facilities, and hear conversations between patients and facility personnel about missing their medical appointments, not having adequate transportation, being denied requests, having transportation services be late to pick them up for their medical necessity appointments. So I have seen and heard of all that firsthand directly myself in dealing with facilities, members of those facilities, and patients of those facilities.
And are those needs actually similar to the ones that you're meeting in El Paso and Pueblo counties?
Yes.
And if I could ask, you've seen the need in those two counties, El Paso and Pueblo.
That is correct.
And in fact, is MedRide meeting those needs in El Paso and Pueblo?
Yes.
And I think you said that there's 60 vehicles that you're using to meet needs in those counties. Or no,
Yep.
Actually just on the western slope. How
Correct.
many vehicles are you using to meet non-Medicaid or combined, right? How many vehicles are you using in those two counties?
Greater than 80 vehicles.
And your trips to Mesa County and your experiences there, have those affected your decision as the, can you remind me of your title again?
Vice President of Business Development.
Have your experiences and your knowledge of that county affected your decision to attempt to get this authority to expand operations in Mesa County?
Only solidified it.
And I'd like to just go back to Exhibit 1, please. And do you see Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And then could you just look at the second paragraph, which I think we already read, but it talks about oxygen assisted devices like walkers and wheelchairs, assistance to and from the vehicle. Do you see that part?
Yes.
And so that is what MedRide primarily does. It assists people with mobility challenges like the ones mentioned here.
That is correct.
And with other medical things such as having oxygen tanks, things like that.
Correct.
That's MedRide's expertise, right?
Correct.
So those are problems that you would be able to solve if you were to get this authority.
Yes.
And by problems, I mean the problem of many people in the county needing this type of assistance.
That's correct.
Is there anything else that you wanted to add that you think is important with respect to this application?
No, I mean, just being a need, filling a need in the county. We're equipped to do it with a company that has grown and as large as ours. We put an emphasis on customer service. That's how we've grown organically as a company. We truly put patient advocacy at the forefront of how we transport. And we just want to be a reliable transportation resource for the patrons of Mesa County. We think that there is a need out there, and we want to help fulfill it to make sure that people can get to where they need to go.
Okay, and thank you so much for that. And just finally, there was one other element of this. Sometimes people need help actually walking to and from out of the car to where they're going and back, or vice versa, depending on if they're coming or going. Does MedRide help people with that as well?
Yeah, if they're in a wheelchair or a walker, absolutely. If they're ambulatory and they do not have a wheelchair or walker, we don't physically aid them other than, providing a crutch for the patient to hold on to. But our drivers are trained as part of their customer service to get out of the vehicle, open the vehicle door for the patient, and then guide them into the facility so that there's kind of that customer service and that warm handoff between the patient that they're transporting and their destination.
And that sort of service is one of the things that differentiates MedRide's shuttles from, say, a taxi.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you so much. I don't have any other questions for you. I really appreciate it.
Oops. Thank you so much, Ms. Plimpton. Mr. Valentine, I'm assuming you have cross-examination for Mr. Borzolari, but I'm thinking it'd be a good time to take a break before we get into that. Does that sound all right with everyone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's take a recess then until 10:45. So for 10 minutes, we'll reconvene at 10:45 with Mr. Valentine's cross of Mr. Borzolari. All right? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
you.
All right, it's 10:45. We took a 10-minute recess after Ms. Plimpton concluded her direct examination of Mr. Borzilleri. Is everybody ready to proceed? Do we have everyone back? Ms. Plimpton, Mr. Borzilleri, Mr. Valentine, Mr. Bashko, everybody's ready?
Yes.
Yes, Lenny, your camera's not on.
Sorry, I just had to shut my door. Yeah, I guess, Your Honor, I'm ready.
Okay. Tracy, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, then. Let's proceed with we're now up to the cross-examination of Mr. Borzilleri by Mr. Valentine. Go ahead, Mr. Valentine.
Thank you, Your Honor. I won't take too much time here. My name's Mark Valentine, and I represent the intervener in this proceeding, Tasco Inc., DBA Sunshine Taxi. So, sir, you were just testifying about your experience of folks not getting transportation. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if it was taxi service that they called for?
No, I do not.
You know if it was shuttle service that was called for?
Your
I do
Honor, I
not.
just have to object. It's very vague. It's not clear what he's actually talking about here, speaking in generalities, and it's almost impossible to make sense of what this testimony would mean based on the vagueness.
Well, I understood Mr. Valentine's question to be that Mr. Borzilleri was referring to people that weren't able to get rides, and Mr. Valentine's just asking what kinds of rides they were waiting for if Mr. Borzilleri knew the information to that. Is that fair, Mr. Valentine?
It is, and I had asked him if he recalled his prior testimony, and he said yes. So, I mean, I think the question is fairly clear.
I guess I'm just saying, when you ask, oh, people, and then did they ask for a taxi? I mean, we're talking about a big group of people, right? So that's just it. I don't know, over belabor the point, but.
Thank you, Ms. Blue. I don't disagree that it's vague, but to be fair, Mr. Borzilleri's original testimony was somewhat vague, indicating that, there were people who couldn't get rides. So
Okay,
I will allow it. And it's just continuing in that vein. I think it was opened up.
Yes, I think that's right. And I think you were speaking generally, right, Mr. Borzilleri?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So now, do you know how many trips are at issue where the provider didn't show up?
And are you referring to Mesa County?
To your testimony. I'm referring to your testimony about your experience with transportation in Mesa County.
Over 25.
Okay. But you don't really know how many, do you?
I've experienced hearing conversations or discussing with patients or personnel at facilities roughly 25 times.
Okay. And you don't know what service was called for. Do you know who was supposed to provide that service?
In some instances, it was Sunshine. In other instances, it was, again, a generality of a four-door sedan or an ambulatory, as we call it, transportation service. Whether
Okay.
that's common carrier or taxi, don't know in those instances.
Okay. All right. Now, you're mostly a Medicaid provider, and you've provided significant discussion on that. And we asked you in discovery about why you needed authority, and your response was that you needed it for two primary reasons. One is to provide service to so-called non-Medicaid individuals that need transportation to medical related appointments. Is that right?
Correct.
And the other one was that you wanted to be able to provide transportation to school-age children that need carriage to school. Is that right?
Correct.
And just quickly on the latter, you typically would have a contract with the school district. Is that right?
I've seen it both ways where we do have a contract directly with either the school or the school district, or we don't do it directly within a facility-based contract.
Well, what do you mean by a facility-based contract?
So in El Paso County and Pueblo County, where we have a common carrier authority, we have a direct contract with a school district to provide transportation for students that are in need to and from school. In that same county, we do not have a contract with a certain school or school district. We just provide the transportation without a contract.
Okay, and the family pays for that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So, but these are going to be your customers, right? You're gonna take these non-Medicaid individuals and transport them, and then you're gonna take school-age children, and those are to be your customers. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so it's really not your plan to provide a generalized transportation service. You want to serve specific populations, right?
We want to serve specific populations and be a resource in Mesa County. Correct. Transportation resource.
Okay. How are you going to bill for the non-Medicaid customers?
We can either bill the patient directly, or the transportation rider, or we can bill the facility coming from or going to, or we can attempt to get approval with the non-Medicaid insurance like a Cigna, Humana, United Healthcare, after we're granted authority to get approval through those insurance companies to bill through insurance.
So you would have some sort of contract with those insurance companies that would allow you to bill them directly?
Correct.
Okay. And is that one of the significant reasons why you want this authority is because, for example, with Medicaid, you bill the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing directly, right?
That's correct.
And you want that ability for this patient base, is that right?
As an option.
As an option. Okay. All right. And I guess since we're talking about MedRide, I'm just interested in the sort of the corporate structure of it. Is MedRide just one company, or does it have subsidiaries?
MedRide is one individualized company. There is a management holdings company that oversees multiple entities or subsidiaries like a MedRide.
Okay, and MedRide also is going, in addition to providing the transportation service, it's going to be providing the brokerage service along the Front Range. Is that right?
I don't think I'm able to speak to that at this point.
So MedRide didn't apply to be the broker for Medicaid transportation and along the Front Range?
We applied, correct.
Okay, and were you awarded that contract?
We do not have a set contract with the Healthcare Policy and Financing Department at the state of Colorado at this time.
At this time, is that because it's not been finalized, or is that because you weren't awarded the concession?
We have not signed a contract with the Healthcare Policy and Financing Department at the state for the brokerage on the Front Range.
Your Honor, I just need to object. I don't see how this is relevant to anything involved in this case.
Mr. Valentine, do you wish to speak to the objection?
Yes, Your Honor. It's very relevant. It goes to fitness, and it goes to how they're operating their company, and they've testified that they have sort of a huge amount of resources available to them on the Front Range, and I'm trying to understand what those resources are.
Ms. Plimpton, do you want to respond to that?
I just don't think that the intricate details of their applications and whatnot are, they're way outside of the scope of what we need to talk about here. They're also outside of the scope of the direct examination.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. First of all, it may be outside the scope. However, it is most definitely relevant because fitness to operate is one of the key criteria that you need to meet. Mr. Valentine is digging into that and trying to show whether or not your client, the applicant, has the ability to provide the services that they want to do. So from my mind, it's extremely relevant.
Well, okay. And I agree. Obviously, fitness is important. I just don't see how these seem pretty far afield of fitness, but I appreciate your response and thank you.
I think that's where we're getting to, though. So I'm going to allow it to continue.
And I'm not going to thank you, Your Honor. And I'm not going to delve into the specifics of this. I'm just trying to get an idea of whether they have been offered the concession at this point by the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing.
Okay.
Is that an accurate statement?
We received it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Judge. Sorry, Your Honor.
No, please go ahead, Mr. Borzilleri. That's the question. Go ahead and answer it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, can you rephrase the question, sir?
Sure. We were talking earlier about the concession to be the broker along the Front Range, and you indicated that you don't have a signed contract. I'm just wondering if, let's ask it this way, are you in the process of negotiating that contract?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so you have been offered the concession.
Yeah, we've been verbally awarded the concession of that contract for the brokerage in the Front Range counties through the Healthcare Policy and Financing Department, correct?
Okay, and so as part of that operation, it would be your responsibility to ensure that the various transportation providers along the Front Range receive the trips that they should be receiving. Is that fair?
I don't know the direct knowledge without a signed contract, but yes, from our understanding or what past brokerages have done, it would be to broker those transportation rides to companies. Okay, and presumably MedRide would be compensated for providing the broker services. Is that fair? The broker services, yes. Okay, and you also get compensated for providing the trips themselves. Is that right? We would not be, again, pending contract, we would not be, but the initial conversations, we would not be able to provide transportation within those counties that we are brokering services in. Okay, so MedRide would have to shut down its Front Range transportation service for healthcare policy and financing. Is that right? We would not be able to take Medicaid transportation. Right, that's right. These counties. So, right, but you would still continue on with your common carrier. I'm not asking about Correct. That. Correct. Okay, so all right. Thank you. That's what I have on that. I would like to pull up hearing exhibit 104. Okay, thank you, Ms. Federico, or Ms. Kunkel. Could you scroll down a bit to the responses? Okay, that's great. Thank you. Perfect. So in question 5, we asked you to provide the current criminal background checks required by the PUC rules for all employees, including drivers. Do you think that information is relevant to operational fitness? As it is a standard of the PUC currently, yes. Okay.
So this response then is not really an accurate response. And I guess my question to you is, and this is for 5, you said it's not relevant nor reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence, and you said it's not relevant. So is it not relevant or is it relevant?
Your Honor, I have to object to that question. It's compound confusing and it's misstating what's being said here. This is asking for copies of the current criminal background checks, but counsel's mischaracterizing this. It's not asking if they conduct them. It's asking for copies. And so I think counsel's mischaracterizing it. And I would ask that this question be stricken and rephrased if nothing else.
Mr. Valentine, do you want to respond or try rephrasing the question?
Well, I'm happy. I'm happy to rephrase, Your Honor. I just referring to question 5, I don't think I mischaracterized it. It says what it says. We asked for the background checks and they didn't give them because they said they were irrelevant. I'm asking the witness whether he now thinks it's relevant or irrelevant.
Okay, I think that's a fair question, Ms. Plimpton.
Your
Mr.
Honor, also,
Borzilleri.
I just have to say he's not reading the full response, and I object to counsel testifying as to what this says. He has to ask the witness. So that's an additional objection I have to this phrasing.
Well,
Go ahead, Mr. Valentine.
thank you, Your Honor. I asked the question, the direct witness, does he think the material is relevant or does he think it's not relevant? That's what I'm asking him.
And Your Honor, if counsel felt that these discovery responses were inadequate, he had the opportunity to confer with us about that, to ask for a supplement. None of those things happened.
Okay, this one, all he's asking right now is whether Mr. Borzilleri sitting here today feels that this information is relevant or not. I think that's a perfectly appropriate question. So all we're concerned with right now is the question posed to Mr. Borzilleri. And I think the question itself is fine. So we're not going to get into a whole argument or debate about whether the response to the interrogatory was adequate or not. That's not the issue before us right now. So the question asked is acceptable. So go ahead, Mr. Borzilleri, if you recall the question, if you could go ahead and answer it, please.
Yeah, I believe the question was, sorry, Mr. Valentine, can you rephrase the question or re-ask it?
Happy to. I just asked if now you think sitting here that the criminal background checks are relevant or irrelevant, and the question was in the context of operational fitness.
Yes, I believe that criminal background checks are relevant to the current PUC process. I think what we're getting at here is we're unwilling to provide our criminal background checks from our drivers that we employ. And just so you guys know, we employ all of our drivers. We don't 1099 any of our drivers. They're all direct employees of MedRide.
Okay, thank you, sir, for answering. So let's go down to question 7. Here, we ask you to provide records of all trips, number per day, gross fares per day, and gross fares is perhaps not the right phraseology. And we ask you for that for Mesa County for the last 6 months. And here you objected and you didn't provide any of the trip information. And let me ask you, do you think that information is relevant?
I do not, because we would only be giving you Medicaid data in Mesa County.
Okay, so that's not relevant. And you object here based on HIPAA requirements. Are you a HIPAA expert, sir?
No.
Okay, and so you don't really know if the data that you would provide would be restricted in some way because it's covered by HIPAA.
Sorry, can you rephrase the question, sir?
You don't really know whether this data would be covered by the restrictions in HIPAA against disclosure.
Not for certain.
Okay. Let's go down to 8. And we asked you here whether you could provide the number of successfully completed trips versus the total requested or booked for the last 6 months in Mesa County. And you didn't provide the information. Let me ask you, do you think that's relevant information?
I do not, again, because we would be providing you with Medicaid data for Mesa County.
Well, but sir, you've come in here and you've testified at length that you're qualified to provide service because of your background in providing Medicaid service. And we asked you to provide the number of trips that you declined, and you didn't. And you indicate now, do you think that that's relevant information to your fitness?
I do not.
Okay. All right, let's go down to number 9. Do you think that the number of trips that were declined by MedRide for the last 6 months is relevant to your operational fitness?
Which question were you referring to, sir?
Number 9.
Okay.
So do you think that the number of declined trips is relevant?
I do not, because again, we would be referring to Medicaid data rather than our common carrier or non-Medicaid data.
Okay, and then for 10, the same question. Do you think that MedRide being tardy is relevant to fitness?
Operational fitness again, sir?
Yeah.
I do not.
And for the same reasons?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
Sorry, Mr. Vallon, I was muted. Yes, of course you may.
Yeah.
Are you moving for the admission of 104, by the way?
Yes, please. I would love to admit 104. That was the next thing on my list.
Ms. Plimpton, any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 104?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Plimpton. Hearing exhibit 104 will then be admitted without objection.
Okay. I want to go back to your process. Sir, do you charge your customers by the mile?
And you're referring to our common carrier license in current common carrier license in El Paso and Pueblo County, correct?
I am.
Yeah, so we charge per mile, and also we charge a load fee in addition to that.
What do you mean by a load fee?
When the customer enters our vehicle.
So that's just like it's like the flat rate that all customers pay when they get in the vehicle.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Now, what about for your Medicaid trips? Do you charge per the mile for those?
We charge at the Medicaid rate provided from the Healthcare Policy and Financing Group at the State Department.
And
we
is
abide
that
by those rates?
Okay? And is that a per mile rate?
It's a load fee. Again, what we just discussed, a flat fee, and then in addition, a per mile fee as well.
Okay. All right. I want to go back to the beginning of this cross-examination, and I want to ask you, you don't really have any data, hard data about the number of trips where requested service didn't show up, do you?
Not directly. We would have to get that from facilities.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Valentine. Ms. Plimpton, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few things.
Okay, go ahead.
And sorry, just bear with me a quick moment while I pull up a couple items. I'm trying to find exhibit 1. Oh, okay. So first, Mr. Borzilleri, I just wanted to, you were asked about what types of services, like what types of populations that MedRide wishes to provide shuttle services to. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And
Objection, Your Honor. I think I did not ask any questions about the populations that they wanted to serve specifically. I mean, I don't know where this is going, but I think that that's beyond the scope of the direct.
Yeah, I think Mr. Valentine is right, Ms. Plimpton. Can you rephrase the question, please?
well, if I could just respond, I certainly can, but he asked
Okay,
about, does MedRide want to provide services to non-Medicaid population? Do they want to provide services to the school children? That's what I'm asking about, and he asked a lot of questions.
That's accurate, Your Honor, but I was referring to the requested authority when I asked those questions. So fair enough. I'll withdraw the objection, but that was the context of the question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Valentine.
Apology, counsel.
For my sake, would you restate the question? Because at this point, I don't quite remember what it was. Thank you.
So in the context of this application for a common carrier application, a common carrier authority to provide these shuttle services, you were asked about what groups, right? And by which I mean you were asked if you wanted to provide services to non-Medicaid riders. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked about providing whether MedRide is intending to provide shuttle services in Mesa County to school children, for example.
Yes.
But those aren't the only types of people that MedRide would provide shuttle transportation services to if they were to be granted this authority, right?
Correct.
In fact, you just want to provide transportation services under this authority to people who need it.
Correct.
Okay. Just quickly going back to this exhibit 104. You were asked a bunch of questions about these responses and looking at, I think if we could pull that up, please. And so number 8, you were asked to provide certain information about completed trips requested. Number 9, trips declined. Does MedRide decline trips very often?
Not often.
And you were asked a lot of questions about whether this is relevant to MedRide's fitness. Do you remember that?
I do.
Just to be clear, MedRide is able to provide these types of transportation services to meet the need in Mesa County, right?
That is correct. More than enough. We are just kind of to our operational fitness. As stated previously, we have over 250 vehicles in the state. We provide on average, about 1,500 transports a day in the state of Colorado, and specifically in Mesa County, like I said, 60 plus vehicles on the western slope.
And MedRide was found to be fit in El Paso County, right?
Correct.
And by fit, I mean fit to provide these non-Medicaid shuttle services in El Paso and in Pueblo.
Correct. We filed, well, yeah, the initial authority was El Paso, and then we filed an extension for Pueblo County, and that was approved. Correct.
Right. And you were asked if you're a HIPAA expert, and I think you said that you're not. Right.
Correct.
However, do you have enough knowledge to know that it's not allowed to provide personally identified information about people? Do you have enough awareness of HIPAA to be able to say that confidently?
Yes, from HIPAA and a PHI standpoint, we're very cognizant of personal information and personal data.
So for example, if someone had requested a ride to like the proctologist, that is information that should not be provided in order to be compliant with HIPAA.
Correct.
Okay. And you weren't actually asked about whether, these things were relevant per se. You were just asked to provide all of these specific records.
Correct.
And we did not do that because we don't want to violate HIPAA.
Correct.
And does MedRide, does HIPAA govern MedRide to your knowledge?
We are HIPAA compliant.
And you're required to be HIPAA compliant.
Correct.
We were talking a bit about MedRide's applications to become a broker. Is that a sort of separate part of the business? Is this brokerage thing?
Correct. It's a separate EIN than MedRide.
And do you
yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, but under the scope or umbrella of entities that are managed.
And does that application or this discussion about brokerage or these brokerage services change in any way your ability to provide the rides that are needed in Mesa County?
No.
And I may be wrong here, but if you had to stop, I think you said you might have to not provide rides perhaps in some counties. Wouldn't that mean that there'd be more vehicles available for counties in which you could provide rides?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. One moment. And just to be clear again, MedRide is fully capable of providing brokerage services and also continuing to provide transportation services.
Absolutely.
Because I think, did you say you have 250 cars, 250 vehicles?
250 vehicles within Colorado from under MedRide, yes.
Okay. And any of those vehicles can be shifted around the state as needed?
Correct.
Okay. I do not have any other questions. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Plimpton. Actually, I have an opportunity to ask you a few questions, Mr. Bosley. And first, if you don't mind, I would appreciate you explaining the brokerage versus ride provision services to me a bit better. I'm not sure I fully understand what the brokerage services are, and I want to make sure I do in order to have it right in my decision. So if you could explain that to me, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. So brokerage services through the Healthcare Policy and Financing Department at the state of Colorado have a brokerage service that oversees Medicaid transportation in the 9 or 10 Denver metro counties. Currently, I believe the broker is TransDev, and we applied last year as a part of the bidding process to be the broker in those Denver metro counties.
So you would be taking the place of TransDev. Essentially, they would no longer be the brokerage contracted with the state. You would be that. Okay.
Potentially,
in those
yes.
9 to 10 counties in the metro area. Okay. Thank you.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Well, and is it my understanding, if I understood correctly, then if you are providing that service, you cannot provide Medicaid transports in those counties? Did I hear that right?
It potentially, yes. We don't know yet without a signed contract and talking with the state government, but that is one of the things that I guess some of the files of petitions of us becoming the broker have led to. So we're in communication with the state around that topic currently.
So then as the broker, you would essentially be facilitating the rides, but not providing them. Is that right?
Correct. Only in the Denver metro counties. Yep, that is correct.
Is MedRide applying to do that in any other portions of the state or just the 9 to 10 county metro area?
Yeah, it's only the 9 to 10 metro county areas that is the broker area, if you will, through the state. The rest of the counties in the state is a free market that companies like a MedRide can bill Medicaid directly and don't have to be funneled rides through the broker service, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, sorry.
Say it one more time, just to make sure it sinks in for me, if you don't mind.
Sure. So the Denver metro counties, which there's 9 or 10 of them, is under a broker model that is currently operated and facilitated transportation through TransDev. Last year, we bid on that position as the broker, to be that broker and take over for TransDev to broker rides in the Denver metro counties. The rest of the counties in the state of Colorado, or the rural counties outside of the Denver metro counties, is a free market, and Medicaid members can directly contact transportation providers like a MedRide directly.
Okay.
Rather than going through a broker. Yep.
So then who provides the rides in the 9 to 10 county metro area if you are the broker as opposed to the transporter?
Other any non-emergent medical transportation companies like us.
Okay. Are there others in the metro area?
Yes.
Okay. And how, okay, I know this isn't directly relevant to this proceeding, but it does lead me to wonder though. I mean, my understanding is that MedRide also has concurrently pending another extension application, which includes counties in the metro area. So
correct.
I mean, how were those two things going to comport?
We wouldn't be able to take, if the state, again, all pending and communication, direct dialogue with the state, if the state deems that we cannot take Medicaid or give ourselves Medicaid transportation rides, we would then want to take the non-Medicaid transportation rides, just like we're applying for Mesa County, where people who don't qualify for Medicaid are able to be transported efficiently.
Got it.
To be a resource. Yep.
Okay, that is extremely helpful. So I just wasn't clear on those things, and I needed to make sure I understood.
Yeah.
So what is the timeline for determining whether this brokerage contract might be executed and fully given to MedRide?
Up to the state of Colorado. Again, we are actively in communication with them on a weekly basis for updates and everything that they have to do from a state level to get us a signed contract. When we bid on the RFP, the initial indication was that we would be taking over, or the winner would be taking over effective July 1st, 2024.
July 1st. Okay, so in just a few months. All right.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. That was extremely helpful. I was confused by that, and I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Sure.
Okay, there was discussion about some of the services you were providing in Pueblo and El Paso County, and you indicated you have some contracts with school districts to provide transportation for students, and sometimes you transport students directly with families being paid.
Correct.
First, can you give me an idea of how many contracts you have with school districts in Pueblo and El Paso County for providing transportation for students?
Currently, we have 3, and we're in communication directly with either a school itself or a school district with probably 2 or 3 more.
And when you provide that service, are you providing it like a school bus, or do you have a van that transports multiple children? Or are you transporting, one kid at a time?
One kid at a time for the purpose of this common carrier license. But yeah, we're in negotiation with school districts to provide large buses that fit 77 students, as well as paratransit or short buses as well. But for the sake of this common carrier license, we're doing one at a time to underprivileged students, students with disabilities to get to and from school in these counties.
Okay. And how many rides do you give outside of those contracts to students, like just through families contacting you and saying, hey, can you take my kid to school?
Sure. Probably 2 or 3 families at the moment, just off the top of my head.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to get a sense of how much demand there is for these services.
Sure.
Do you think there's a demand for enough service to provide 77 kids with transport on an extended bus? That was the number you said, right? You said the bus could hold 77 kids.
Correct. That's a standard school bus of 77 max capacity. Yeah.
Okay.
And you're referring to Grand Junction, or I'm sorry, Mesa County?
Well, I'm trying to get a sense for Pueblo and El Paso. I don't know. I do want to know about Grand Junction, but tell me first what you think the need is in Pueblo and El Paso, because I understood you to say that that is what you're looking to move into in those counties. Am I wrong?
Yes. No, you're absolutely correct.
Okay.
That is something that was brought to us directly from school districts or direct schools with a need ever since COVID. I think the school systems, not only in El Paso, Pueblo County, but counties like a Mesa or the Denver metro counties, they have struggled with providing reliable busing systems and getting kids to and from school in a reliable, timely fashion. So the need out there is great. And like I said, we're having ongoing conversations with multiple school districts to expand this service for them. The need, I think a lot of schools and school districts want to not have the administrative headache and get rid of their depreciating assets like vehicles, and looking to providers and brokers in various ways to provide that transportation solution for them and contract out with companies like us to handle all of that.
So is that an area you're looking to expand to in Mesa County as well, providing like actual bus service for school children?
Potentially, yes. We've been contacted initially by a school district out there with preliminary conversations with our interest, and this license is pending partially because of that as well. Yep.
Okay. And I just made a note. I just wasn't sure if I heard the number correct. I thought I heard you say that in your estimation, you had made more than 150 trips in Pueblo that were non-Medicaid in 2023. Is that right? That was about your estimate?
Correct, rough estimate.
So in all of 2023, in the entire year, about 150 non-Medicaid trips.
At minimum, correct. Yep.
At minimum
At minimum, it's the number is definitely over that. I just don't have it on the top of my head, but yeah, at least 150 trips of non-Medicaid.
Okay. All right. Okay, I think those were the questions I had. Let me just ask the council. Ms. Plimpton, do you have any additional questions, any additional redirect you want to ask of Mr. Borzilleri based on the questions I just asked him? And it would be, redirect based on those questions, please.
Sure, just one. You were just asking about how many non-Medicaid rides in 2023. Mr. Borzilleri, can you tell us when you got the authority in Pueblo County to do the non-Medicaid shuttle services?
Sure, off the top of my head, it was probably middle of the fiscal year 2023. So yeah.
Okay. And what about Pueblo County? When did you get that authority?
I'm sorry. Let me back up. You're asking about El Paso County first or Pueblo County?
Was El Paso was the first? Sorry, was El Paso the first authority?
Original, yep.
Okay, and so let's talk about El Paso. When did you get that authority?
We got that authority late in December of 2022.
Okay, so all year in El Paso, and then with Pueblo, you got that in. That
extension was probably mid to late 2023.
Okay, and I believe, Your Honor, that this is part of the record. That application or that grant of authority, so we could see that. You could see that in the record. Yes, but I just wanted to clarify that. Sorry.
It is Ms. Plimpton. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, I just
Thank
wanted to make sure we understood the sort of time frame we're talking about here.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right. Mr. Valentine, any follow-up cross-examination you want to ask based on the questions I asked of Mr. Borzilleri?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Valentine. All right, then, Mr. Borzilleri, that will conclude your direct testimony. You obviously are welcome to stay. I don't have any expectations you're going to drop off, but if you choose to do so, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Borzilleri. Ms. Plimpton, do you have another witness you'd like to call?
Yes, Your Honor, we would just renew our request to call Pam Kribari. We believe that she should be admitted under the standards of the PUC's process and the relevant rules, as well as our motion in which I believe we demonstrated good cause. And the good cause, just quickly, is that unexpectedly, we did not think we needed her because we had these 3 others. And that is why she was added late. Could we have put her before? Yes, but we didn't know that we would need her.
And thank you for that, Ms. Plimpton. And as I already ruled and will rule formally in the decision, I think this is a witness who could have easily been disclosed earlier. The supplemental witness disclosure deadline was February 27th. This is an employee of MedRide. And from what you said earlier, I think a lot of what you indicated that she was going to testify to was duplicative of some of the information Mr. Borzilleri had anyway. So I stand by my earlier ruling.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. So then you don't have any other witnesses?
Well, Your Honor, we would like to get testimony from Mr. Milan.
Okay.
I understand that Mr. Valentine is also planning to call him. So I hadn't talked about with Mr. Valentine whether we would call him adversely or whether Mr. Valentine wants to call him in and we would just cross-examine him. But we would like to get testimony from Mr. Milan in our case, whether that occurs. Like I said, the procedure, I don't know that it matters a whole lot.
Okay, well, I'm certain Mr. Valentine was intending to call Mr. Milan. It's like, or Milan, I believe the pronunciation is Mr. Milan. Is that correct? You prefer, you pronounce it Mr. Milan?
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry about that.
You're fine.
Mr. Valentine, what is your take on that? Which do you prefer? Do you want Mr. Baskerville to call Mr. Milan adversely in his case in chief, or just wait for cross-examination?
Let's just wait for cross-examination, Your Honor. I think that he'll be adverse to MedRide in any event, and the questions would be sort of the hostile cross-examination questions. And,
okay. I tend to agree with Mr. Valentine. I think that'd be the most efficient way to proceed, Mr. Baskerville, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Valentine is going to call him so that we would be able to get evidence from Mr. Milan. And as long as that's happening, that's fine.
Okay, great. Well then, Ms. Plimpton, Mr. Baskerville, does the applicant rest for now then?
Yes, again, pending getting evidence from Mr. Milan, yes, we rest.
All right. Okay then, Mr. Valentine, case moves to intervenor. Are you ready to call Mr. Milan, or do you want to do that? I guess the question is, how much questioning do you have of Mr. Milan, and would it be better to take an early lunch break, or would you like to proceed now and see how much we can get through?
I am willing to call him now, but since they've rested, I would like to make a motion if I might.
You may, go ahead.
I would move to dismiss for failure to meet their burden of proof.
This is the exact I just addressed. I said we want to get testimony from Mr. Milan. I thought we had agreement that I could cross-examine him. If he's going to make a halftime motion, that's not fair. Then we would like to call Mr. Milan adversely. I feel I've been duped by Mr. Valentine. I specifically said pending getting evidence from Mr. Milan. So can we please call Mr. Milan adversely, since Mr. Valentine has not been candid about his intentions?
Well, Your Honor,
Mr. Baskerville has a point, Mr. Valentine.
well, I'm happy.
This is just
hang on. I understand what he means now. And the other problem, of course, with this is that Mr. Milan is not on their witness and exhibit list. And so to call him to support their case in chief strikes me as problematic from that point of view. And so I would object to that.
The rules specifically state that either party can call witnesses on the other party's witness list. I mean, so again, I feel like I've been sandbagged by Mr. Valentine. I specifically said, I gave him the opportunity. I could have just called Mr. Milan adversely, but I offered, if you'd like to examine your witness first so that he can set a good stage and look nice. I was trying to be nice about it.
Well, and I appreciate that. And my intention isn't to dupe anybody.
Well,
Mr. Valentine, I'm going to interrupt because it is not my intention to deprive Mr. Baskerville of the opportunity to question Mr. Milan.
Of course not.
So either we proceed with your examination of Mr. Milan as an intervener and Mr. Baskerville cross-examines him, or I give Mr. Baskerville the opportunity to call him directly as an adverse witness. I think it's most efficient that he get the just do it in cross-examination because I think that'll move things along more quickly. But I'm going to give him that opportunity, and we won't be dismissing the matter before then.
No, let's go ahead and call him as an adverse witness then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Baskerville, why don't you go ahead and call Mr. Milan as an adverse witness then?
yes, thank you, Your Honor. All right, we would call Mr. Milan.
Okay, Mr. Milan, if you would unmute and raise your right hand with me. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Milan. Mr. Baskerville, you may proceed. And just to be clear again, Mr. Milan is an adverse witness to the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Milan, what is your title at Sunshine Taxi?
General Manager,
Okay. How long have you had that title?
10 years.
Are you also the owner of the business?
I am.
Right. Are you the sole owner?
I am.
All right. And so, and by the way, I understand it's called Tasco, but do you mind if I call it Sunshine Taxi?
I'd like you to call it Sunshine Rides.
Sunshine Rides. Okay. I will try to do that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Now, it's fair to say that you know the business of Sunshine Rides well.
I do.
And you said you've been the general manager for 10 years. Have you also been the sole owner for all those 10 years?
No, for about 7 years.
Okay.
Ownership.
Your website refers to the company as Sunshine Taxi. Is there any reason why you wanted to call it something different than that today?
There's a legacy website, as some people still, that is one of our regulated identities, but the primary website is sunshinerides.com.
Could we look at Exhibit 12? Is this your current website for your company?
It is active, but it's not the primary.
Okay. I would move to admit Exhibit 12.
Mr. Valentine, do you have any objection?
Can I just see the full exhibit first? So should that picture on the second page be visible or not?
I'm not sure if that's a question to me or Mr. Milan.
It is, Your Honor. Well, I can ask Mr. Milan. Is that the full website?
No, that's not.
I mean, I don't object, Your Honor, but I would just request that they provide a representation of the full website so that entire thing is there.
Okay. I guess let me ask this, Mr. Baskerville. Are you, maybe we only need, Ms. Kunkel, can you scroll down a little bit so I can see? Because it looks to me like the intention was only to have the single page, but it's hard to do that when you're taking a screenshot. So Hmm.
I don't know, to be honest, Your Honor, I don't know why that picture is cut off. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I was going to ask him a question or two about the statement in the first paragraph there, but
I mean, it's an image of the top part of an American Eagle plane. So
yeah,
it doesn't seem particularly relevant anyway.
And that's fine. I just typically like to have the entire exhibit. Go ahead, Mr. Baskerville. I won't object.
sure.
Okay, so hearing exhibit 12 will then be admitted without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Milan, it says on exhibit 12 you see where it says we provide door-to-door service. Do you see that?
I do.
And it says to work or to the airport. What airport is that a reference to?
Grand Junction.
Okay. Do you also provide people rides to Denver International Airport?
On occasion.
Okay. And if you provide a ride to Denver International Airport, do you know how long that journey is?
It's 5 hours.
Each way?
Correct.
Okay, so that's at least a 10-hour round trip if you're using one of your vehicles to transport somebody from Grand Junction to Denver International Airport.
Sounds correct.
Okay, and in fact, and that's from Grand Junction, right?
Correct.
And there's a fairly significant landmass of Mesa County to the west of Grand Junction.
Define significant, I'm sorry?
Okay, so Mesa County goes all the way to the border of Colorado and Utah, right?
It's 30 miles away.
Okay. And so presumably that if you're taking somebody from that 30 miles away, the trip to DIA would be even longer than that 10-hour round trip?
Could be.
Okay. Could you pull up the intervention, please?
I'm sorry, is there an exhibit number?
It's in the pleadings. I'm not sure if it has an exhibit number on it. I apologize. Is it not in the box?
I see something in box.com. It says notice of intervention by right alternative motion for intervention, but it doesn't have an exhibit number.
Yes, that's what I'd like you to wait. Actually, that's not. Well, that would work actually.
Looks like there's
I
two.
apologize for some reason. When I click on the notice of intervention, that doesn't appear to be the right document. I don't know.
Looks like there were two uploaded this morning. Titled that.
Are you looking for the notice of intervention by right?
Yes.
Alternative motion for intervention and entry of appearance of Tasco Inc. and request for hearing? That was filed. Okay.
Oh, you know what? I was clicking on the exhibit. Yes. So I'm looking at the notice of intervention by right. That's why it was looking weird to me. I clicked on the exhibit.
Okay. Ms. Kunkel, is that in the box.com file?
It is. It's just not marked as any kind of exhibit for today.
Okay. Mr. Baskerville, is it your intention to mark this as an exhibit?
Well,
it is a pleading in the, you could just pull it up. I mean, it's a pleading in the record, so we don't need to have it admitted as an exhibit.
Yeah, that was not my intention to admit it. Okay. As you correctly.
You just wanted to look at it for demonstrative purposes now?
Yes.
But we do need to give it an exhibit number for our reference point and records. It just makes it easier for us to keep track of what was reviewed in a hearing. Ms. Kunkel, what's we just had exhibit 12. Are there any other numbered exhibits in the box.com file, or is 12 the last one?
It looks like 12 is our last one that's titled in the box. So this could be 13.
This one can be 13.
It.
Okay. So we will mark Exhibit 13 as the Notice of Intervention of Right by Tasco.
Thank you. Okay. Could we bring up Exhibit 13? Mr. Milan,
Mylan.
I'm sorry. Do you recognize Exhibit 13? You're on mute, sir.
I do see it. Yeah, I recognize that.
All right. And this was the intervention in this case that your counsel, Mr. Valentine, filed on July 19th, 2023. If you'd like, we can go to it's on the third page, the date.
I see that.
Okay. Is it correct that Mr. Valentine filed Exhibit 13 on behalf of your company on or about July 19th, 2023?
I believe that's true.
Okay. Do you know why is it that you identified your company as DBA Sunshine Taxi in the intervention, but now you want to call it Sunshine Rides?
Well, both are DBAs of the firm.
Okay, so again, why did you refer to the company as Sunshine Taxi in your intervention, but now you would like it to be called Sunshine Rides?
The company is Tasco Inc. You could call it whatever you like.
Well, sir, you're the one who asked me to call it Sunshine Rides. I'm just asking why you've decided to change.
Because our primary brand is Sunshine Rides. If you like to call it taxi, that's fine.
Okay, I know you know where I'm going, but if you could just let me finish my question, otherwise the court reporter won't be able to get it down, okay? I know in common parlance, you know where I'm going and you respond, but just give me a second to finish my question. That way the court reporter can take it down, okay? The question was, why have you decided to change what we refer to your company in this hearing from what you named it in the intervention?
I believe you're citing what could best be characterized as a clerical error. You can call it Tasco and it's all cleaned up. It's one company.
It was a clerical error by your counsel when he filed the intervention on your behalf. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I don't know who typed it. It seems irrelevant.
I'm just trying to understand what clerical error you're referring to. Are you saying that it was a clerical error to refer to your company as Tasco DBA Sunshine Taxi in the intervention?
That's not an error. The fact that it doesn't have the other DBA would be the only error.
Okay. And it also refers to Sunshine Taxi on your website, as we saw in Exhibit 12, right?
That is a second website for that brand.
Okay. All right. Now, Tasco does have common carrier authority in Mesa County, correct?
It does.
And it has the authority to provide taxi services in Mesa County.
It does.
And it has the authority to provide sightseeing services in Mesa County.
Yes.
And it also has the authority to provide shuttle services in Mesa County.
It does.
It is the only company with that authority in Mesa County. Is that right?
No, there are other companies with other authorities.
Are there any other companies in Mesa County with common carrier authority?
Yes.
What companies?
I don't have a definitive list, but there are several sightseeing providers that have common authority.
Are there any other companies that have common authority to provide shuttle services in Mesa County?
I believe Telluride Express has authority.
What about taxi services?
I don't think there's a current one. One was recently abandoned.
Okay. Could we look at Exhibit A to the intervention, please?
Would this then be exhibit 14?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And if you'd like, I can have somebody affix the exhibit numbers when we take our lunch break. Exhibit A, what is Exhibit A, sir?
That looks like our letter of authority.
And so Exhibit
Can you
A,
verify, I'm sorry, can you verify the date on this? I'm not sure if that's current.
appears to say on the second page, if we go up just a little bit, issue date, May 2016. See that? Do you recall if that's the date you were issued, that Sunshine was issued common carrier authority in Mesa County?
That was one of the dates of letters of authority. I don't know if it's the most current.
Okay, well, this is the document that your counsel attached to your notice of intervention. Is it your testimony that your counsel did not attach a current letter of authority to your intervention in this case?
I don't know that. It could be.
Okay, and this provides that the company is called, it says DBA Sunshine Taxi Inc. Do you see that?
I did.
Is that also a typographical error?
The ink part probably is.
Okay. Is there any common carrier authority granted to Sunshine Rides?
Yes, as a DBA of Tasco Inc.
Okay, but the one that you attached to your intervention says DBA Sunshine Taxi, right?
It does.
Okay. Now we were talking about shuttle services. That's a very small fraction of Sunshine's overall business, correct?
It is.
All right, and in 2022, Sunshine had 12 vehicles operating in Mesa County, is that right?
No,
That's not correct?
it is not.
Isn't that what your documents say on your report, Exhibit 103?
It does say that. That's the PUC report for what the PUC regulates. Does not include other vehicles that are operating, not governed by PUC.
Okay, but under your common carrier services, you have 12 vehicles that are allowed to provide common carrier PUC services in Mesa County?
There are 12 active at that point in time. There are more vehicles that can be used if they're needed.
How many vehicles are active today?
90.
90 are active?
Correct.
And all are licensed with a PUC sticker to provide common carrier services?
They all do have a sticker in case they're needed for common carrier services.
So you said that in your 2022 report, you said that you had 12 vehicles. Are you suggesting that was not an accurate representation to the PUC?
Not at all. There were 12 active in common carrier service in that year.
So are you suggesting that your 2023 report will say that there were 90 active vehicles in 2023?
Strictly for common carrier service, it'll probably be slightly higher.
Slightly higher than.
Probably be in the 15 to 20 range.
Okay. So when you said, when I asked you specifically a minute ago, how many vehicles does Sunshine have that are currently active and able to provide common carrier services as required and under the PUC, and you said 90, that was not an accurate statement?
I'm sorry, say the question again.
Well, now you're saying that your report for 2023 that you file with the PUC will say that Sunshine had 15 active vehicles. Is that what your testimony?
Estimated.
Okay. And so when I asked you a minute ago, how many current active vehicles does Sunshine have? And you said 90, that was not an accurate statement?
So we do have 90 in service. The number that goes on the PUC report are the number that were active for those services regulated by the PUC during that time period.
And again, I asked you specifically, how many active vehicles do you currently have that are regulated by the PUC? And you said 90.
I'm going to
Not-
object to this question, Your Honor, because it's not the vehicles themselves that are regulated by the PUC. It's the service that's regulated.
Your Honor, I would appreciate it if Mr. Valentine could not give speaking objections, coaching his witness on what to say.
Yes, I'm, to be quite frank, Mr. Baskerville, I'm very confused myself at this moment. I'm not clear and would appreciate more clarification on maybe from Mr. Mylan as to, you have 90 vehicles. Maybe let me try rephrasing this myself, and you can tell me if I've got this right, because you're educating me. That's the point of this, right? So as I understand it, you have 90 vehicles, and about 15 of those are dedicated for CPCN service, and the other ones are available to jump in and step in if you need more. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, for the purposes of the PUC, you disclosed and identified 15 vehicles that you are dedicated and are using, for CPCN services. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Does that help, Mr. Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on then, or finish that up.
Okay. So how many vehicles does Sunshine currently have dedicated for CPCN services?
Approximately 15.
Okay. How many drivers does Sunshine employ for CPCN services?
It matches the same number.
15?
1 per vehicle.
Okay. And so obviously 15 drivers can't drive more than 15 vehicles at a time. Is that fair?
I think that's pretty fair.
Okay. Do you live in Mesa County?
I live there part-time
Right. Where else do you live? The
in
rest-
Miami,
How much-
Florida.
How much time do you spend in Mesa County per year?
Probably a third to 40% of the year.
Okay. And Florida doesn't have an income tax, right?
It does not.
And so you want to make sure that you spend less than 180 days.
Objection, Your Honor. This is clearly not relevant.
Mr. Baskerville, I'll give you a chance to respond, but I think Mr. Valentine is right. I don't see the relevance of Mr. Mylan's residency and where he pays his taxes to the question of whether MedRide should be getting a CPCN. So if you want to explain to me why you think it's relevant, please do. But at this point, I'm inclined to think it's not.
Well, I assume that Mr. Mylan in his direct examination is going to testify about his, his experiences in Mesa County and what he sees and so forth being there. And I'm just trying to establish that he spends less than half of his time there. I mean, he said already he spends 30 to 40% of his time in Mesa County and the rest in Miami. And I'm just trying to establish that.
Right. But then you started asking him about whether he stays in Florida because of his tax situation. And I don't see how that's relevant.
Because that shows that he seems like an intelligent person and maybe he lives in Florida to avoid state tax. And I'm not begrudging him for doing that. But it would establish that if you're doing that, you are required to stay outside the state of Colorado for more than 180 days. Otherwise, you'd have to pay Colorado state taxes. I'm just, again, establishing that he's not spending half the year in Colorado.
Well,
Which he's done.
He has stated that he spends less than half the year in Colorado. So
okay, that's fine. I'll move on. Well, it's 12 o'clock now. I don't know if you wanted to take a lunch break now or if you want to keep moving. That's up to you.
I need to. Can give me 30 seconds a second. I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm going to just mute myself. I'm so sorry about that. My son was calling me to tell me that he had to go to student health for something. So awesome. So I deeply apologize. And I didn't mean to. I'll tell you honestly, I didn't mean to, but I accidentally answered his call on my watch. Technology is sometimes helpful, sometimes not. And I'm so sorry for breaking your chain of thought, Mr. Baskerville. I truly apologize. I didn't mean to do that.
No, that's fine, Your Honor. I mean, it's 12 o'clock. We could stop here, especially if you'd like to make sure your son's okay. I can certainly understand if he's going to the half end.
He's something about a gash in the foot. I don't know. We'll find out. Well, I guess the question though is, how much more do you have of your direct adversarial examination, Mr. Mylan, or do you want to continue with that and complete that, or do you think you have so much that you want to take a break first?
I don't think, I mean, unless we want, I probably have less than an hour left, but it's not 10 minutes. So if we want to take a break, now is just a fine time.
All right, why don't we do that then? Mr. Valentine, are you okay with that?
Okay, here, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a break for 1 hour and resume at 1 o'clock. We will be resuming with Mr. Baskerville's direct examination of Mr. Mylan as an adverse witness. All right? All right, we are in recess then until 1 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, everyone. Welcome back. Hope everyone's able to get a bite to eat for lunch. We are back on the record in PUC proceeding number 23A-0347CP-EXT, the application for an extension filed by MedRide. Just to confirm, I just want to make sure our court reporter is back on and ready to go. Tracy, are you here and ready?
I'm here and ready. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's continue where we left off. We were in the middle of the direct examination of Mr. Mylan by applicant's attorney, Mr. Baskerville. Mr. Baskerville, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Mylan, it looks like you're on mute.
I'm here. I'm ready.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Sunshine has had common carrier authority in Mesa County since 2016, correct?
No, sir.
What's not correct about that?
It's had common carrier authority since 1991.
Oh, okay. Well, the one we saw was that was attached to your intervention was filed in 2016. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that was an update.
Okay. And you said that you've been the general manager of Sunshine for 10 years now?
Correct.
So it started in roughly 2014.
Correct.
Would you say that Mesa County has grown, has changed a lot since 2014?
No, it's grown very gradually.
Okay, and we saw from the Census Bureau that it has grown 2.6% since 2020. Do you recall that?
I do remember seeing that, yeah.
But Sunshine actually has fewer vehicles than it did in 2020, right?
No, it does not.
Well, it has fewer vehicles that are dedicated to provide CPCN services since 2020, correct?
No, the numbers haven't changed. That was due to regulatory oversight changes by PAC.
So in 2020, Sunshine reported that it had 44 vehicles dedicated to CPCN services.
Sounds about right.
We could look at Exhibit 101 if that would be helpful to you.
No, that's close enough.
Okay, and as you testified before lunch, Sunshine now only has 15 vehicles dedicated to CPCN services.
Correct.
All right, can we look at hearing exhibit 103, please? Do you recognize exhibit 103, sir?
I mean, looks like an annual report, sure.
Okay, do you know whose annual report?
That looks like Tasca.
Okay, I'd move to admit exhibit 103, please.
Mr. Valentine, any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 103, which
No, of course not. Of course not, Your Honor. I'm also, maybe just for convenience, it'd be helpful to put in the other two annual reports. These are documents that are in the commission's files and available to the public.
So hearing exhibits 101, 102, and 103, Mr. Valentine, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
Mr. Baskerville, do you have any objection to that?
No, that's fine. I will move 102, 101, 102, and 103 into evidence.
Okay. Hearing exhibits 101, 102, and 103 are all admitted without anyone's objection.
Okay. All right, and it shows your printed name on exhibit 103. Is that right, sir?
It does.
And it states that you prepared the report and that the report is complete and correct statement of the business to the best of your knowledge and belief. Is that right?
It does.
And of course, you agree that exhibit 103 was an accurate statement about your business in 2022 to the best of your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can we turn to page 3, please? Now, does Sunshine only operate in Mesa County?
No.
What other are these numbers indicative of other operations in other counties as well?
Well, let's see, 2022, this would have included Montrose County as well.
Okay.
And of course, to and from Mesa.
Sure. But you also, in 2022, Sunshine was also operating in Montrose County.
I believe it was, yeah,
Does Sunshine have common carrier authority in Montrose County?
it does.
Okay. So the 12 vehicles identified in exhibit 103, that's actually for both Mesa County and Montrose County?
It would be, yeah.
Okay. And so in 2022, Sunshine transported about 48,000 people. Is that right?
Total number of paid trips, which could be more than one person, but that's the number of trips, yeah.
Yeah. So it says here on line 1A, 46,988 total paid taxi trips, right?
That's what it says.
So we can presume that that's at least, just under 47,000 people and possibly more.
Correct.
And then if you look at can we look at line 3B, please, which is on the same page? So looks like Sunshine also did 1,189 total trips for sightseeing services in 2022. Is that right?
That looks correct.
And it looks like a total number of only 174 shuttle services in 2022.
Correct.
Okay, so of the total, whatever those add up to, roughly 47,000 plus another 1,400, the lion's share of the work that your company did in 2022 was taxi trips, right?
Correct.
All right. And
within the PUC regulated tower.
right. Okay. Why did you make that distinction? Do you have other services that your company does outside PUC regulated power?
Correct. We do contract work for healthcare policy and finance.
Okay.
Which used to be regulated by PUC, but no longer is.
All right, and are those the non-emergent medical transport that we heard Mr. Bolazari talking about earlier today?
Correct.
Okay, so Sunshine does provide those services in addition to the PUC regulated services,
Correct.
but all of the financial disclosures that we find in Exhibit 102, those are just for when Sunshine is using the common carrier authority. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so we turn to the next page, which I guess is page 4 of Exhibit 103. Here is where you disclose the number of vehicles that Sunshine had operating under the PUC license in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And at that time in 2022, Sunshine disclosed that it had 12 vehicles to cover both Montrose and Mesa counties.
Correct.
And your testimony is that that number has risen to 15 for 2023.
Estimated.
Okay, and you think it's about the same currently in 2024, 15 vehicles?
It's trending up gradually.
Okay, you said earlier that you thought as of today it was 15. Is there a reason that you're now changing your testimony?
I was referring to 2023.
I asked now, and you said also 15. Is there, do you want
It's
to
early in the year.
As of today, do you think the number is 15?
Sure.
Okay. Now, we saw before that Mesa County has about 160,000 people in it. Do you agree with that number?
That sounds correct.
Okay, and we saw that about 20% of those people are over the age of 65. Do you agree with that?
I haven't looked at that exhibit to comment.
Okay, you don't have any reason to dispute what the U.S. Census Bureau states as to the percentage of people over the age of 65 in Mesa County?
Definitely not.
Okay, and so if my math is right, that comes out to about 32,000 seniors in Mesa County. You have any reason to dispute that?
No.
And you agree with Mr. Bolazari that some of those seniors are unable to drive and therefore consume services like yours more than someone who's under 65?
Yeah, that population definitely needs transportation support, and we provide it.
Okay. Would you agree that Mesa County has a significant amount of people living in the rural parts of the county?
Grand Junction proper probably only has 70,000. So yeah, it's probably half and half.
Okay, yeah, I think, we could look at it if you want, but I think Exhibit 5 said that Grand Junction's population is about 68,000, so your number's pretty close. Which leaves, somewhere between 90 to 92,000 living in the rural parts of Mesa County. Is that right?
It's important to know that the valley itself has other smaller towns that aren't terribly far away from Junction. So depending on how you define rural, the numbers would adjust.
Okay, fair enough. Do you know how many people live in Montrose County?
I don't.
Do you know whether Montrose County is more populated than Mesa?
I don't believe it is as populous.
Okay.
I believe it's perhaps around 40,000, I would think.
You said 40 to 50,000?
I think that's about right.
Okay. And so you have 160,000 people in Mesa, another 40 to 50,000 people in Montrose. That's somewhere between 200 and 210,000 people. Is that right? In those two counties?
Sounds about right.
Okay, and presently Sunshine has 15 vehicles dedicated for CPCN services to cover those 210,000 people.
Correct.
Okay, and going back to Mesa County, we established that there's maybe 32,000 seniors. Let's say for the sake of argument, a third of those people are unable to drive. Do you think that sounds about right?
I can't even begin to speculate.
Okay. Do you know, most people over the age of 35, Mr. Bolasari testified, are not covered by Medicaid because Medicare fills that gap. Do you agree with that?
Do you mean
Objection,
60?
Your Honor. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Milan. Go ahead.
Yeah, you said 35. Over 65 people do qualify for Medicare.
Yeah, I apologize about that. I misspoke. So you agree with Mr. Bolasari that most people over the age of 65 are covered by Medicare, not Medicaid, right?
Well, they're
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Mr. Baskerville?
I can rephrase.
Yes, please do.
Are you familiar with the Medicare, Medicaid rules, sir, as part of the business that your company does in giving Medicaid rides?
I am.
And are you familiar with whether someone qualifies for Medicare or Medicaid?
Generally speaking.
Okay, and so do you agree with Mr. Bolasari that someone over 65 likely qualifies for Medicare as opposed to Medicaid?
I do know that 65 is the age of qualification for Medicare. I do know a lot of people are either disabled or below a poverty benchmark that they qualify for Medicaid.
Okay, and in the work that your company does giving non-emergent medical transportation services for Medicaid patients, do you find that many of those people are under 65?
I mean, there certainly are. I don't know the ratio per se.
Okay, fair enough. And so of the 32,000 seniors in Mesa County, your company only did 174 shuttle rides in 2022. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And so the number of shuttle rides is not even close to the number of seniors in Mesa County. Is that correct?
It's two different things. Of course, it's not correct.
And in fact, the 174 shuttle rides is not entirely in Mesa County. Some of those may have been in Montrose, right?
These were all in Mesa County.
Well, you testified earlier that the numbers that we see on Exhibit 103 are for Mesa County and Montrose, right?
The overall report is for the whole area, yes.
Okay, and if we turn back to the prior page, page 3 of Exhibit 103, thank you. Now you see at the bottom on line 3A, it says the entire report that your company did a total of 174 shuttle rides in 2022, right?
Correct.
And you don't know how many of those shuttle rides were in Mesa County and how many were in Montrose, do you?
They were all in Mesa County.
How do you know that if this is for both Montrose and Mesa?
Because I know where we do shuttle service.
You don't provide any shuttle service in Montrose?
We do not.
You know how many of the sightseeing services were in Mesa versus Montrose?
Probably 90%.
90% in Mesa?
Correct.
What about the taxi rides? And
Probably 80% Mesa.
Okay. And if someone is driving from Montrose to Mesa County, that's a fairly significant drive, correct?
What's significant to you?
Well, let's see. Do you agree that Mesa County is 3 times the size of Rhode Island?
I have no idea.
Do you have any reason to dispute that Montrose County is more than twice the size of the state of Rhode Island?
No idea.
Okay, well, if you accept those as correct, collectively those 2 states are like over 5 times the size of the state of Rhode Island.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying, and this stuff is not in the record.
Yes, Mr. Baskerville, you can respond, but Mr. Valentine is correct.
Well, I'm asking the witness a question. Of course, not every answer to every question is going to be in the record.
True, but he also already said that he's unfamiliar with the size of Mesa County and Montrose County as compared to Rhode Island. So I don't believe there's anything in the record right now that specifically shows the size of Montrose and Mesa County in relation to the state of Rhode Island, is there?
Well, I just asked him if he had any reason to dispute it.
Okay, that's fair. Mr. Milan, do you have any reason to dispute Mr. Bolazeri's testimony about the size of those counties in comparison to Rhode Island?
I don't.
Okay.
Okay, and Mr. Milan, and for parts of Mesa County and Montrose County, there's actually another county in between there on the east side. Is that right?
There is.
What county is that?
Delta.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Delta County.
Delta? Okay.
That's Delta with a D for the court reporter.
Thank you.
If one were to drive from the far northwest corner of Mesa County to the far southeast corner of Montrose County, you have any idea how long that would take?
2.5 hours.
Okay. Each way?
Correct.
And as we testified before, if one of your vehicles takes someone to Denver International Airport, that vehicle would be unavailable for other uses for at a minimum 10 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no, sir.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude. The court reporter can't take down. Now, I'd like to take a look at Exhibit 3, please. Excuse me, Exhibit 1. Are you familiar with the center at Foresight?
Yeah, I'm familiar, not closely familiar, but yes.
Okay, and do you know, could you scroll down to the bottom of this page of Exhibit 1, please? Thank you. Do you know Miss Kenny, the Director of Human Resources, or whatever her title is?
I do not.
Okay. Could we look at the second paragraph in Exhibit 1, please? All right, now we looked at this with Mr. Bolazeri, but Miss Kenny says in Exhibit 1, there's a need to consider the utilization of oxygen-assisted devices such as walkers and, more importantly, wheelchairs and assistance to and from the vehicle. Does Sunshine have in its taxis the ability to provide the utilization of oxygen for patients?
We do not.
And how many of Sunshine's current 15 vehicles are able to transport someone in a wheelchair?
3.
I didn't hear your answer.
3.
3. Okay. So of the 160,000 people in Mesa County, there are only 3 vehicles in your fleet that could take someone in a wheelchair,
Correct. And we're not the only wheelchair provider.
right? You are the only taxi provider, as you stated, you're in Mesa County, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Ms. Kenny says, I have experienced our patients leaving with taxi services and struggle when they enter their homes as the taxi service is unable to provide assistance. Do you have any reason to dispute Ms. Kenny's statement there?
I do. I mean, how would she be at their home to see how they did or did not get into their home?
Well, the question is, do you have a reason to dispute that the people
I
struggle?
do. That's the reason she wouldn't be there to see that.
Well, certainly she could speak to her patients and they could say, I had trouble getting into the home, right?
She says, I have experienced.
Okay. Do your taxi drivers assist people in getting into their homes?
Door to door.
That's not the question I asked you, sir. Do your taxi people assist people in walking up to their door?
That's what that means. We help them to their door.
Now, if someone is wheelchair bound and they call for a Sunshine taxi, and one of your 3 wheelchair capable vehicles is not available, what happens?
So we're able to schedule people out, and we can also make referrals to other providers.
But if your vehicles are not available at that time, Sunshine can't service that person in a wheelchair. Is that right?
Some folks are able to sit in a regular vehicle and put the wheelchair in a trunk. Some people can't. But if they are, we can accommodate them in a regular vehicle.
Only if they're the type of person who could put their wheelchair in the trunk of the car and then walk and get into the vehicle.
Correct.
Right. Do you know how many people who are wheelchair bound are capable of getting out of their wheelchair, folding it up, putting it in the trunk of a car, and then walking to get into the taxi?
It's quite a number. I don't have an exact number, but it's common. And the drivers, of course, assist them.
You think it's common that somebody who's wheelchair bound is capable of standing up out of the wheelchair, folding it up and putting it in the trunk of the car and then walking around getting in the car?
I know so. I know so.
Okay. Now, according to your 2022 report, all 12 vehicles that service the Mesa County and Montrose County operate as taxis. Is that right?
Can we call up the report, please?
Sure. It's Exhibit 103, please, page 4.
So that fleet can provide any of those services, not just taxi.
Well, it says here the vehicles with seating capacity of 1 to 8 passengers operated as a taxi. Company owned 12. Am I reading that correctly?
You are.
Okay. And so all 12 of the vehicles that Sunshine had in 2022 operated as a taxi. Is that right?
It did.
Okay. And it says here that in 2022, Sunshine had 4 employees and 7 independent contractor drivers. Do you see that?
I see 4 and 17.
Did I say 7? I'm sorry, 17.
Yep.
Are you included in those numbers?
No, I'm not.
You're not an employee it says managers?
I am, but this is dedicated to CPCN service.
Okay.
I oversee the whole business.
And how many of those employees are dispatchers?
Typically one, and the other three would be reservationists.
Is a reservationist someone who takes reservations in advance?
They would.
Okay, and a dispatcher is someone if I need a taxi ride today to go home, I call the dispatcher and they dispatch a taxi to me at that time.
No, it's easier to think of a dispatcher as a back office, managing trips. So all client interactions are with reservationists.
So you have 3 reservationists, and the dispatchers are the persons who are actually telling the vehicle where to go.
Well, they can. I mean, we're automated, so it's more of a supervisorial function.
And so if 30 people call at a time, obviously not all those people are able to get through to your 3 reservationists, right?
We have multiple channels for inbound, and it's sized appropriately for quick answer times, quick dispatch, on-time performance. It's optimized.
Okay. Could we look at Exhibit 104, please? And could we turn towards the bottom to the interrogatories we were looking at? I'm sorry, I don't have the page in front of me. Actually, hold on, maybe I do. It's page 4. Under Sunshine's PUC common carrier license, do you know how many successfully completed trips versus the total requested booked Sunshine performed in the last 6 months in Mesa County?
And not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, and do you know how many trips Sunshine declined in the last 6 months in Mesa County under its common carrier license?
Probably lower than 1%.
And that's just a guess.
That's an educated guess.
Well, you said in response to number 8, you didn't know the answer off the top of your head, but you think you know the answer to how many trips you declined in the past 6 months off the top of your head?
We monitor and measure KPIs very carefully. So I do know that we don't turn down work, and we turn down work very rarely. As far as completed trips versus a total booked, that also takes into account cancels and no-shows, changes. I don't have that number at the top of my head now.
Okay, and do you know off the top of your head how many times Sunshine was more than 10 minutes late in picking up a rider in Mesa County in the last year?
I don't know the number, but our average pickup time is 10 to 15 minutes.
Average 10 to 15 minutes late?
No, pickup time.
I mean, from when someone calls into getting there?
Correct.
Obviously, that is dependent upon how many of the 15 vehicles in service are in Mesa County at the time, right?
Of course.
And it's dependent upon the location of those 15 vehicles at the time a call comes in, right?
Absolutely.
Obviously, if one vehicle is at DIA and another vehicle is in Montrose and another vehicle is over there, the pickup time could be longer depending upon how far a vehicle is from the location the person is looking to get picked up from, correct?
Makes sense.
Okay. Now, can you explain to me the difference between taxi service and shuttle service?
I would love to. So common carrier shuttle, the way we run that business is in accordance with the authority, which is service to the public, defined locations, defined schedules, defined prices per seat per rider, paid for by the rider. And so there aren't many scenarios that meet that criteria. An example would be a major musical event, and you need to run a shuttle from the hotels to the event, or a festival, and you run shuttles through town to the festival and back. So we don't consider medical transportation shuttle work.
Do you run shuttles to, say, Aspen, for example,
We don't.
or any of the other Telluride or any of the other nearby ski resorts?
We don't.
Now, if we saw in 2022, Sunshine did approximately 47,000 taxi rides. Do you remember that? We can look at its exhibit 103 if you'd like to look back.
No, that's correct.
Okay. Now, if you divide that by 365, that's 128 taxi rides per day. Is that right? You can take down exhibit 104.
Can he use a calculator?
Sure. Do you want me to, do you have a calculator in front of you, sir? Or do you want me to get you one?
It's an average. So you said
47,000 divided by 365.
129.
129. Okay. And those 129 taxi rides per day are all being booked by 3 schedulers.
Yes.
And those 128 taxi rides per day are all being serviced by, in 2022, 12 taxis.
Absolutely.
So that's what, 12 rides per day per taxi?
That's the pencil math.
Okay. And so that doesn't even include any shuttle service, correct?
Correct.
And that doesn't include any sightseeing services, correct?
Correct.
And your sightseeing services that sightseeing is where you take someone from a location, take them to some sort of sightseeing place, and then bring them back to that location, right?
Correct.
What sort of sightseeing do people do in Mesa County?
Well, if we were having the hearing there, I could show you. There's a beautiful winery. There's a national park. There's rafting. There's mountain biking. Lots to see.
Well, I'm not really sure how you would show us a winery even if we were in a conference room in Mesa County, but I appreciate the answer. All those different things to see, how close are they to Grand Junction?
Most everything is within the valley, probably within 20 miles circumference.
Okay, and how long
Radius.
how long do people typically stay at these sightseeing locations before you return them back to their point?
Of course, it varies. And some of that work we do under charter, but sightseeing in general could be an hour, or two.
Okay, and that hour or two, that vehicle is waiting there with the people until they're ready to leave. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and so if one of your 15 vehicles is booked for sightseeing, that vehicle is going to be unavailable for the other services for the few hours that those people are doing the sightseeing, right?
Correct.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I want to look through my notes.
May I offer a statement for context?
Sure.
Grand Junction proper is perhaps the size of Parker, Colorado, just so everybody can kind of get their head around it. This is a small community. So while the county does have 160, perhaps that'll help you calibrate. This is not a Denver, Colorado Springs thing.
Well, when you pick up when Sunshine picks up a passenger, say in Grand Junction, and that passenger wants to go to Aspen, that's permissible, correct?
It is.
As you said, your common carrier authority in Mesa County allows you to pick up someone in Mesa County and take them, frankly, anywhere in the world. Well, anywhere in the US, right?
For sure. Be glad to.
And you could certainly, if somebody wanted to pay for it, you could theoretically pick somebody up in Texas and drive them back to Mesa County, right?
To and from.
Okay. And so all that needs to happen is that either the trip needs to originate or terminate in Mesa County, right?
Correct.
And these vehicles, if they're driving further away and obviously an expensive ride like that, are not available to the citizens of Mesa County during the period of that ride, correct?
That would be correct.
Okay, I have, subject to redirect, I have no further questions for Mr. Mylan. Sorry if I again mispronounced it.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Basco. Mr. Valentine, do you want to take this as an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Mylan based on the questions Mr. Baskerville asked, or do you want to do your direct examination of Mr. Mylan?
Your Honor, I think I'd like to cross-examine Mr. Mylan to help clarify some things.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Then this is your cross-examination, Mr. Mylan, based on Mr. Baskerville's questions. Go ahead.
The first thing I'd like to do is to call up Hearing Exhibit 103. Okay, and if we could go down to the section where it was the number of taxis, and I apologize, I think it was page 4. Yeah, number of vehicles. Mr. Mylan, could you read what the heading says for that column that begins number of vehicles operated in 2022?
Continuing, this number should represent the largest number of vehicles operated on any day, 24-hour period in the year.
Okay, so that number 12 then does not indicate the number of vehicles that you actually used for PUC regulated service as taxis in that year. Is that right?
It would have been the high water mark.
But that's on one day, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, there were a lot of questions asked about the number of drivers dedicated to PUC service. And first of all, I'd like to ask you, how many drivers do you have?
We have approximately 100 drivers.
Okay. And those drivers provide what types of service for TASCO?
So they're providing the PUC regulated services and the NEMT HCPF services.
Okay. And do you have any other services that you provide that is not regulated?
We perform everything underneath anything that's not HCPF. We operate underneath the PUC umbrella.
And what do you mean by that?
So with it's either taxi, sightseeing, charter, or shuttle.
Okay, but for example, the applicant has asked for authority so that it can serve school districts. Do you serve school districts?
We're actually negotiating a contract to provide schoolwork.
Okay, and that wouldn't be under the PUC umbrella, is that right?
Actually, it would be to be a contract authority.
Well, so who's your contract going to be with?
To be with a broker.
Okay, and would it be a broker on behalf of a school district?
It would be.
Okay, do you know if contracts with government entities are regulated by the PUC?
Actually, you make a good point. I don't believe they are.
Okay. Now, Mr. Baskerville asked you a number of questions about distance and, what if a taxi was all the way at the west end of Mesa County, and he suggested to you that that taxi and that driver wouldn't be available to serve other customers. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And what would Tasco do if it felt like it didn't have enough drivers because they were off in Texas?
So of course we can bring more folks on as needed. And we've tuned our schedule to be optimized for the coverage that we need in the market. We can always adjust as needed. Obviously a Sunday is different than a Monday, et cetera. So we've got it pretty dialed in.
And you've been doing this for how long?
Personally for 10 years, assisting for 20, and 30 overall.
Okay, so you've been 30 is the amount of years you've been involved with Tasco?
I've personally been involved for 20 years. The company's been in existence for 33.
Do you know who owned it before you did?
I did.
Who owned it before you did?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, so it was my folks.
Okay, so you've been exposed to Grand Junction for quite some time. What's the basis for your familiarity with Grand Junction right now?
So I grew up in Denver, but I've been to Junction frequently over the 30 years. I have had a home there for several years now. Yeah, I mean, I know the community, I know the leaders, I know the constituents, the members. We're heavily involved in lots of events and activities, so I know it quite well.
Okay, and Mr. Baskerville asked you some questions about the services that you provide to those seeking medical care. And I think that you indicated that you provide, quote, door-to-door service, and that's a term of art, isn't it?
It is.
And can you explain exactly what that means?
So it's from vehicle door to door of a facility or a home.
Okay, and that allows you to assist whoever needs help from the vehicle to the door. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and there was some discussion about oxygen, and I want the record to be clear on this. Let's call up hearing exhibit, I think it was 3.
I think you're thinking of exhibit 1, Mr. Valentine.
Exhibit 1, thank you, Mr. Baskerville. Okay, that's perfect, actually. Bingo. And it says that there is, the section that you reviewed was there is a need to consider the utilization of oxygen assisted devices such as walkers and importantly wheelchairs. Now, do you take passengers who are on oxygen?
We do.
Okay, and I think you've testified at length that you take passengers that are in wheelchairs.
We do.
Okay, and Mr. Milan, have you purchased any new vehicles in the past year or two?
I have.
And what kind of vehicles are those?
It's a cross section of sedan, minivan, and shuttle bus.
Okay, and I think it's fair to say that if you felt like you needed more wheelchair vehicles because of demand in the community, you would be able to purchase those, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'd like to call up the annual reports, which are 101, 102, and 103.
Which one first? I can only show one at a time.
You can only show one at a time. Let's call up 2020.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, if we could scroll down, that would be helpful. Again, to that same spot where the number of vehicles at one time are. Okay, now here you had 44 vehicles at one time. You see that?
I do.
And in other exhibits, it's less, right?
It is.
But you could go back up to 44 if you needed to, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
And that would be responsive to the needs of the community, right?
Exactly.
All right. Now, I just want to be clear. You've testified that you have about 90 vehicles, and you testified that all of them have PUC numbers. Is that right?
Correct.
And those vehicles can be used for what portions of your authority?
All of them.
Okay. So when we talk about vehicles that are dedicated, you're not meaning to suggest that those are the only vehicles that can be used for your certificated service. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall that there were questions about comparing, believe it was Pueblo County to Mesa County?
I do.
And I think that the testimony is that MedRide provided about 150 non-Medicaid trips in 2023. Can Tasco handle 150 more trips over the course of a year through its taxi and shuttle services?
I'm going to object to the question. It misstates the testimony, the evidence. The evidence was that the 150 in question were not for the entire year, which is what Mr. Valentine said.
I thought that, so, well, let me ask you this, Mr. Milan. Does Tasco have the ability to provide 300 more trips in the course of a year?
Absolutely.
And in fact, if we look at, let's go back to the hearing exhibit, please. Let's go back up to the top. Okay. And for taxi service, you provided here, this says in 2020, you provided 246,543 trips. Is that right?
Correct.
Has the number of trips on an annual basis shifted by more than 300 over the years?
Quite a bit more.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, if I could have a second, that would be appreciated.
Of course, Mr. Valentine.
Thank you. One more thing. Do you have individuals that help you run Tasco?
I do.
And could you explain their roles, please?
Sure. There's an operations manager, finance manager, an office manager, and a fleet manager.
Okay. And those are in addition to the dispatchers that you employ and and the reservationists.
Correct.
Okay, and so and do they live in the community?
They did.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have on cross-examination, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Baskerville, do you have any redirect of Mr. Milan as a hostile witness, adverse witness in your main case?
Sure, I can ask him a couple of quick questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Valentine asked you about the language on Exhibit 103. I don't think we need to look at it. About how you calculate those 12 cars. Do you recall those questions?
I did.
And you said it was a high watermark, right?
On any given day, yes.
Right. And so that 12 indicates that there was never a single day in 2022 where you had more than 12 vehicles in operation, right?
No.
Under
For
your
PUC services, yes, not for total.
Right. So what that indicates is that for PUC services, you never had more than 12 vehicles dedicated to CPCN services in 2022, correct?
Correct.
Now, when I was asking you questions about the number of drivers you had, you said you currently have 15 drivers, but when Mr. Valentine asked you questions, you said you have over 100. Is there any reason why you decided to change your testimony so dramatically?
Are you not clear on public services versus NEMT? Because I'm talking about combined.
Okay, so you have 15 providing the PUC services.
Correct.
And so the others are providing any NEMT services, correct?
Correct.
So, you know, those other
75.
5 drivers aren't just sitting doing nothing, waiting for you to call and say, I need a taxi ride, correct?
They could be.
And of the 90 vehicles you claim, those other 75 aren't just sitting around doing nothing, waiting to be used for common carrier services, right?
They're quite available. I mean, no vehicle is utilized 100%.
All right, but they are being utilized, right?
To some extent, sure.
Okay, and
That's why I
the
own them.
NEMT services that you provide, do you provide those outside of Mesa and Montrose counties?
I do.
Does Sunshine provide those services throughout the state of Colorado?
No.
Where in Colorado, does it provide those services throughout the Western Slope?
Yeah, primarily Western Slope.
Okay, and so certainly not all those vehicles are in Mesa County at any particular time, right?
The majority are.
Now, in my questioning, you said that you've been involved with Tazo for 10 years, and then when Mr. Valentine asked you, you said it was more like 20 or 30. Is there any reason you decided to change your testimony on that point?
I think you misheard it. I've managed it for 10. I've been deeply involved for 20, and I've been generally involved for 30.
Okay. That's all the questions I have on redirect. Obviously, if Mr. Valentine does a direct examination, I'll have questions of Mr. Milan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baskerville. I had made a note, I think there was one. Oh, just a quick follow-up question, because I just didn't hear the numbers very clearly. When you were coming to the calculation that you had about 128 taxi rides per day, what exactly were the numbers that you were dividing? Because I ran the numbers on my calculator a few times and I couldn't get the number to match up. So if you could give me the exact numbers you were dividing, if you know where I'm talking about.
Yeah. Sure. Are you asking me or Mr. Milan? I'm sorry.
Well, if Mr. Milan could tell me, because he's the one testifying, that would be the best.
47,000.
I'm sorry, say it again?
47,000 divided by 365.
Okay. And for that, you got about 127, you said?
129 rounded.
Okay, so rounded up to 129. Okay. Thank you. I couldn't get the numbers to work, and I know I misheard something, and I wanted to make sure I had it correct. All right, that was the only point of clarification I needed.
And not to put too fine a point on it, those are the number of trips per day, taxi trips provided by Tasco per day.
Yes,
right?
I understood that
Okay,
on the
okay.
average, right? So you had 47,000 total for the year divided by 365 days in 2022, gets you to about 129 taxi rides per day. Okay. All right. Mr. Baskerville, do you have any other witnesses that you wish to call?
No, Your Honor. We rest.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Baskerville. It is Mr. Valentine. I'm assuming you want to call Mr. Milan in your case in chief. Is that right?
I will, but now since it's halftime, I would like to make my motion. And the basis for the motion is that applicant has failed to show substantially inadequate service. And in Durango Transportation, Inc., the PUC 122 P3rd 244 at 248, and it's a 2005 case, Supreme Court said that the applicant must show a general pattern of inadequate service. And the record to date does not bear that out. At most, there are general allegations that Tasco doesn't have the capacity to provide the kind of service that applicants apparently want to provide. But there's no showing on substantially inadequate service by Tasco. None of the witnesses have testified about Tasco's service directly. There are hearsay letters where there's vague references to missed trips by providers. The applicant was not able to state which providers those were. And so there was no reference to Tasco in those discussions at all. And that is the burden of proof. The second that they must meet. And the second piece is financial fitness. There's no evidence at all in the evidentiary record that MedRide is financially fit to provide the service. There's no bank records, there's no testimony, there's nothing. And that is another thing that needs to be provided for a CPCN to be granted. Simply because they have another CPCN and were found fit for other kinds of service in a different area doesn't mean that they're fit in this case. And regardless, no CPCNs have been introduced in this case, and there's just no testimony at all on financial fitness. So those are the two grounds on which I base the motion to dismiss, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Baskerville, do you wish to respond, or does Ms. Plimpton want to respond?
I'll respond, Your Honor. So there is, despite Mr. Valentine's poo-pooing of the evidence, there is in fact evidence in the record of a substantial need for the services, and that the incumbent carrier isn't ready, willing, or able to provide those services. We had exhibits 1, 2, and 3 testifying about giving evidence about the need. Mr. Valentine says that they're hearsay, but they're in evidence, and Your Honor can give them whatever weight you think is appropriate. Mr. Bolazari testified about his personal experiences regarding the need for these services and the experiences that he's learned about from talking to individual patients and customers and healthcare facilities and so forth. So there is evidence in the record, both as from Mr. Bolazari and also exhibits 1, 2, and 3. I think Your Honor can also draw conclusions from the number of people who are in Mesa County and the fact that Sunshine has 12 vehicles to service both Mesa County and Montrose County. And so I think that Your Honor can draw a conclusion from that evidence as well, that there is a need just based upon the number of people and the dearth of vehicles. I mean, there's just in Mesa, if it was, forget about Montrose County, but 160,000 people and 12 vehicles is 13,000 people per vehicle. Add in Montrose County and the number gets even more drastic. So what he's asking is a question of fact that is something that you should consider in your ruling, not a determination on a motion to dismiss. And in terms of the financial information, again, Mr. Bolaseri testified about the ability for MedRide to perform these services, the number of vehicles that it has, the number of drivers that it has. There was financial information in the record. It's part of the application. That financial information was good enough for El Paso and Pueblo County, and I'm not saying that that's dispositive, but there is financial information. And as Mr. Valentine elicited in his cross-examination of Mr. Bolaseri, the state of Colorado is also has also preliminarily decided that MedRide is financially fit to not simply provide these NET services, but to actually be basically the one who delves out those services, the elevated to the broker in the counties around Denver. So the state of Colorado has thrice determined that MedRide is sufficiently capable to provide these services. So he says that there's no financial information in the record. That's simply not true. It's part of the application.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Baskerville. Mr. Valentine, any response?
It may be part of the application, but it's not in the evidentiary record. And it's the evidentiary record that matters. There has to be evidence in the record on financial fitness. And as far as the inferences go about numbers of vehicles, MedRide mischaracterizes the evidence. The evidence is not that there's just 15 vehicles. The evidence is that there's many, many, many more. And the evidence is that TASCO can draw on drivers and vehicles as they're needed. There simply is no evidence that TASCO has missed any trips. They're generalized statements. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Having listened to the evidence as presented thus far, I can't say that there is zero evidence of inadequacy. There have been some evidence of the evidence in the record of the 3 letters showing that at least those 3 people who wrote those letters indicated an additional need in the community for more rides. I need to take that into consideration and would weigh the evidence and determine whether that's enough to tip the evidence towards inadequacy or not. But I can't say there's no evidence in the record of that. There has also been evidence in the record of some operational fitness. I can't say there's none that meets that criteria. As for the financial fitness, although the record on that has been somewhat slim, Mr. Baskerville isn't incorrect in stating that there is some evidence of that in the application, which, although not part of the evidentiary record, is part of the pleadings and part of the PUC's record on this matter. So given that there is at least some evidence pertaining to all 3 of the necessary criteria to meet the burden of establishing the need and the need for a new CPCN license, I'm at this point not willing to grant the motion for a directed verdict. So Mr. Valentine, your motion will be denied for now, and we'll continue with your portion of the presentation of evidence. So can you tell me then, from what I could see from your list of witnesses, you only have Mr. Milan listed. So is that the only witness you plan on calling?
That is correct, Your Honor. And actually, my direct examination has been whittled down considerably due to how testimony has proceeded, and I will try to not be repetitive.
Oh, I appreciate that. And you anticipated my next question, so thank you.
You bet.
Given that we're at this point between the presentation of each side's case, though, why don't we take a break at this point and reconvene at, shall we say, 2:20? Does that sound reasonable? Does a 10-minute break at this point sound reasonable to everyone?
Thank you, Your Honor. That works.
That's fine with me, Your Honor. I think that, you can ask the court reporter, who's obviously the one who probably needs the break more than anybody.
I'm sure she'd appreciate it. So let's take a 10-minute break so that our court reporter can stretch her hands and the rest of us can stretch our legs and use the restroom if need be. So we'll reconvene in 10 minutes at 2:20 with the presentation of the intervener's case in chief. Thank you. We're on Okay. It's 2:20 and we're just returning on the record from a 10-minute break. Just make sure everyone has returned already. I see Mr. Valentine, Mr. Milan, Mr. Baskerville, Mr. Borzilleri. Tracy, are you back?
Sorry, my Zoom sort of froze. There we go. I am here.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Plimpton. And I heard Tracy say she's ready, so let's go back on the record. In PUC proceeding number 23A-0347CP-EXT, we are now on the intervener's case in chief and are ready to begin Mr. Valentine's direct examination of Mr. Milan. Are you ready to proceed, Mr. Valentine?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
All right, Mr. Milan, approximately how many Medicaid trips do you make per year?
Perhaps 200,000 or so.
Okay. And we've gone through the service that you can provide. One question I haven't asked is, do your drivers have relationships with their customers?
Foundation.
A lot of, pardon?
Mr. Baskerville, did you have an objection?
Foundation. I'm not quite sure how he knows whether his drivers are friends with their passengers.
Mr. Valentine, can you lay some foundation first, please?
Sure, happy to. Mr. Milan, what's your title with Sunshine?
General manager.
And do you oversee the whole company?
I do.
Do you know who your drivers are?
I do.
And based on your long experience with Sunshine, are you aware if your drivers have relationships with their customers?
There are several longstanding relationships. If riders have a preference for a certain driver, we respect that, we honor that, as well as male or female driver, age, etc. So we accommodate preferences as much as we can.
Okay. I'd like to discuss a little bit more the competitive landscape in Grand Junction and Mesa County. Who are the other providers that provide service in Grand Junction and in Mesa?
There's a wheelchair provider called Mercy Medical. There are several small tourism-centric sightseeing type operators. I can't recall the names off the top of my head. Obviously, MedRide is in the market.
What about TNCs?
Uber and Lyft are in market as well, for sure.
Okay.
They're getting on taxi work.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What was the?
Yeah, within the taxi market, that they're prominent in the market.
Okay, so are you stating that Uber and Lyft compete with you for trips?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Has Tasco received complaints with the PUC in the last several years?
We receive 1, maybe 2 a year consistently.
Okay. Thank you for that. And do you, based on your experience, believe that MedRide has demonstrated a public need for their service?
I haven't seen any evidence at all.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Baskerville, make your objection, please.
He's asking him to state a legal conclusion. I don't know how he has any ability to do that. There's been no foundation laid that Mr. Milan has a legal background or is a judicial officer, as far as I know.
Mr. Valentine, do you have any response?
I do. I'm asking him as a layperson if there is sufficient unmet need to warrant the entry of a new participant. and he has 30 years of experience in the market. That's something he can testify to.
But that's not the question that was asked. The question was asked is,
I'll
has
rephrase.
MedRide made a showing?
Well, okay, so showing that's fair enough. I'll rephrase.
Okay, that's fine. That's what I was going to ask you to do, because
Yep,
he can't testify into the ultimate conclusion that I'm going to be deciding, but he can certainly say, in his opinion, as with evidence of, and in his knowledge of the market, what he thinks the need is.
Yeah, in your opinion, with your knowledge of the market, is there a need for a new carrier?
I see no unmet demand from my perspective. We take all the business that's there to be served, and as that grows, we grow, and we've done that over the years, and continue to do so.
And are you ready, willing, and able to take on 300 more trips per year?
Absolutely.
500 more trips per year?
Easy.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. That was very short and sweet. Appreciate it. Mr. Baskerville, it is your opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Milan based on the questions that Mr. Valentine just asked him.
Sure. Mr. Milan, I did a search on the PUC's website for all companies with a common carrier license in Grand Junction. 4 of them are your company. There's a company called Grand Valley Grapes and Grains Adventures. Are you familiar with that company?
Sounds familiar.
They do sightseeing to grapes and grains. Does that sound right?
Sounds accurate.
Okay. And then there's a company called Grand Junction Tours. Are you familiar with them?
Sounds familiar.
They also do sightseeing. Is that right?
Tours.
Do you know whether Grand Junction Tours does sightseeing rides?
I assume they do. I don't know.
Okay. And then there's one called Grand Junction Adventures. Do you know whether are you familiar with that company?
Yeah, I think that's more rafting, mountain biking.
Okay. And that's considered a sightseeing trip based upon your understanding of the rules?
Yep.
Okay. I don't see on the PUC's website any companies that are other than yours that have authority to do shuttle service in Mesa County. Is that your understanding?
No, as I mentioned before, I believe Telluride Express acquired a Mesa County carrier that had Mesa authority. I presume that's still part of their authority, but I haven't checked in quite some time.
These are your competitors. You don't know who your competitors are?
Of course I do. So they're in Telluride, where I don't operate, but I do know they acquired a company from Mesa County. I don't know whether they're operating that authority or not.
Okay, they're not listed as having authority, common carrier authority in on the PUC's website. Do you know why that is?
You'd have to ask the PUC. Maybe they only list the primary base of the company, not all counties that they're in. I don't know.
Okay. Now your documents show, now you understand that in order to have the ability to do taxi rides, MedRide would have to submit a separate application in order to have common carrier authority to do taxi service in Mesa County, right?
Legally, sure.
So we're not talking about MedRide trying to compete with Sunshine on taxi rides in Mesa County today, are we?
I don't know that.
Well, you understand that the application that's been submitted by MedRide is simply for shuttle service in Mesa County, correct?
I disagree. I hear them wanting to do medical transportation, which I don't consider to be shuttle service under the PUC definition. I don't hear them wanting to do general public shuttle service at all.
Well, that's just simply based upon how you read the regulations and what shuttle service is defined as, right?
It is.
And in fact, your reading of the regulations that shuttle service, as you said in your direct examination, is merely taking somebody from a hotel to a concert venue, right?
That was an example.
Okay, and in your view, your company did sum total of 174 shuttle rides for all 160,000 people in Mesa County in 2022, correct?
Correct. It's a very small market.
And in 2021, your company only did 150 shuttle rides in Mesa County.
Correct.
And it's a small market based upon what you consider to be a shuttle service in Mesa County, right?
Correct.
And that's based upon your definition of going from a hotel to a concert venue, right?
That's an example.
Well, another example could be taking somebody on a weekly basis from their home to a dialysis appointment, right?
I disagree.
Well, your definition was just dependent. You said it depends upon how they're billed, correct?
One part of it.
Well, shuttle service, you said, is supposed to be billed on a per body basis.
And fixed price, not per mile.
So if MedRide were to bring someone to and from their dialysis appointment every week for a fixed price, that could be a shuttle service, correct?
I disagree because it's not published and it's not open to the general public.
What's not published and not open to the general public?
A shuttle service is a publicly advertised, open public service to go from point A to point B for a per seat fixed price paid for by the rider.
And again, that's just your belief of what the regulations say, right?
That's what I read.
Okay, and Mr. Valentine, your counsel, did not submit an expert report identifying you as an expert in PUC regulations, correct?
I don't recall.
And I don't recall hearing that you were tendered as an expert in the definition of a shuttle service under the PUC rules. Did that
Your
happen?
Honor, I'm going to object at this point. He's testified that it's his reading of the rules. He has decades of experience, and this has just become argumentative.
I tend to agree, Mr. Baskerville. Do you want to respond?
That's fine. I'll move on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it's your testimony that the 210 people in Mesa County and Montrose only needed 174 rides in shuttle rides in 2022.
As I interpret that service as defined by the PUC.
Okay, and if your definition of the shuttle service is incorrect, then that need potentially could be higher, right?
Presumably, but I also want to highlight that everything MedRide has described as wanting to do, I'm performing under my other authorities. So call it what you want, but I don't believe it's shuttle service.
Again, based upon your personal reading of the rules.
Correct.
Okay, Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Baskerville. Mr. Valentine, do you have any redirect of Mr. Milan?
Just one question, Your Honor. Mr. Milan, why do you believe that the Grand Junction, excuse me, why do you believe the Grand Junction market is a small market?
As I referenced before, Junction proper is probably the size of Parker, maybe Commerce City, and this is not a big market. It's rural in nature. We've grown with the community over 30 years to meet demand. And that's been ups and downs with Uber and Lyft and everything else. So we know the community well, we know the demands, and we provide it. We're 24/7, we're on demand, and we have fantastic on-time performance.
Those are all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Valentine. Let me see if I don't believe I did, but I'll just make sure. I don't have any further questions. Okay. Mr. Valentine, do you have any other witnesses you wish to call?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so intervenor rests then.
That's correct.
All right. Mr. Baskerville and Ms. Plimpton, given that intervenor rests, does applicant have any rebuttal that they would like to call?
Well, we would like to call Miss I'm forgetting her last name, Sabari, but I believe Your Honor has already ruled on that. So unless Your Honor would like to reconsider that ruling, we do not.
She was noticed only 2 days prior to the hearing and well after the deadline for supplementing your witness and exhibit list. I think that would be improper. So
I understand. I thought I'd ask because sometimes the rules on designation of rebuttal witnesses are more relaxed than they are on witnesses for your case in chief, but I understand Your Honor's ruled on that, and so that's fine.
Okay. Thank you then, Mr. Baskerville. All right, so it sounds like we've reached the conclusion of the evidentiary portion of the hearing. Is that, unless somebody has something else they want to introduce?
Well, I think Ms. Plimpton was prepared to do a closing statement. Whether or not Your Honor considers that to be a part of the evidentiary portion of the hearing, I guess, I don't know.
I consider that the closing after the evidentiary portion, I guess. So absolutely, I was going to give you an opportunity to do that. So that was my next question. Does anyone want to do a closing argument? And it sounds like Ms. Plimpton, you do. Mr. Valentine, do you?
I will.
All right. Ms. Plimpton, do you want to proceed with your closing argument then?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. First of all, I really appreciate your time and everyone's time during this hearing. Obviously, it's gone long, so I appreciate it. Your Honor, MedRide's application for the extension of its existing authority for common carrier shuttle services in Mesa County should be granted. MedRide has shown by a preponderance of the evidence that Sunshine Taxi's shuttle services are substantially inadequate to meet the needs of the public, and that public convenience and necessity require more service in Mesa County. MedRide has also shown that they are fit to provide these services. Here we have essentially two contested facts. The first is whether Sunshine is adequately meeting the public need, and the second is whether MedRide is fit to perform these services. MedRide has shown that it is more likely than not that the Mesa County public is inadequately served by Sunshine. MedRide has shown that it is fit. Those facts are found in MedRide's application, and the submissions of MedRide have been found by the PUC twice to be indicative of fitness and have in fact led to the grant of the authority that we are now asking to extend. It is the Commission's job to ensure that the public has access to adequate, safe, efficient, and economical transportation services. Mesa County's residents are woefully underserved by the current common carrier for shuttle services. As we heard today, Sunshine is currently the exclusive provider of not just taxi, not just sightseeing services, but also has a monopoly on shuttle services. And I correct that. It looks like there may be at least a couple other sightseeing providers, but they are the exclusive provider for taxi and shuttle. They're also trying to do sightseeing as well. They claim to be meeting the public need, but the evidence shows otherwise. We have 3 people from 3 separate nursing homes or assisted living facilities who have submitted letters talking about the need for this service. Mr. Borsalari also testified to this need. He testified personally that he knows of people that he has heard about this, that this is part of the discussion and the reason for this application, that people don't have what they need. They have had to wait hours. They can't get through. We heard there's only 3 dispatchers. That's not enough for 2 counties of 210,000 people. The numbers don't lie. You can take notice of these numbers. We know that there are 210,000 people in Mesa and Montrose. We know that 20% of the Mesa County residents are seniors. MedRide doesn't just want to provide service to seniors, but it's useful to focus on seniors because it gives us some numbers. We know there are at least 32,000 seniors in Mesa County alone. Even if you just take those seniors many of whom would not be eligible for Medicaid, which is for people in poverty only, we can see from those numbers extrapolating that there has to be a need for more than 174 rides in a year. There's credible evidence that people have been waiting. There's credible evidence that there aren't enough shuttle services. Yet, we have also seen, that the population is rapidly growing. The population is growing in terms of seniors. That proportion is getting bigger and bigger. Mesa County has one of the largest growth rates out of all the counties in Colorado. And yet Sunshine is shrinking. It has fewer cars, fewer drivers than it did a couple of years ago. There's been no clear or understandable explanation as to why that would be. It is clear from their own records that they are a taxi service first and foremost. Shuttle rides represent 0.004% of their business. You can calculate that by the numbers on their own forms. They're barely meeting a fraction of the need for shuttle services. There's a reason why PUC has these different types of authorizations. They're all separate, and Sunshine is holding 3 of them. They're doing taxi rides more than anything else, and that alone shows that they are not focused on shuttle rides and they don't have the ability to meet the need for shuttle rides. The county's growing, it's aging. The people of Mesa County deserve better. We ask that you find that MedRide is proved by a preponderance of the evidence that granting it common carrier authority to provide shuttle services will meet the public need and is in the public interest. I urge you to make a decision in favor of MedRide because the people of Mesa County need this help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Plimpton. Mr. Valentine?
Thank you, Your Honor. MedRide asks that the application be denied and largely for the reasons set forth in my so-called halftime motion. There's just
Tasco's asked for it to be denied, right?
Tasco's asked, yeah, Sunshine Tasco. Tasco is asking that the application be denied for the reasons that I have already put into the record. There's no evidence that Tasco has been late. There's no evidence that Tasco has missed rides. There's no evidence about Tasco's specific performance at all. The evidence that exists is that there's 1 to 2 PUC complaints a year about Tasco's service. And there's a lot of evidence that Tasco is responsive to the community, that it provides more than adequate service, that it has grown with the community, that it can cover the 150 trips, the 300 trips, 500 trips that MedRide proposes that it would take. The reality is that Tasco has a very flexible operation. It has many, many more vehicles than the numbers that are in the annual reports, and that it has the drivers as well. And so for those reasons, the application should be denied. The applicant asks the commission to speculate, extrapolating from numbers that are in a census report, and those numbers are supposed to suggest that there is no possible way that Tasco can be providing adequate service. Substantially inadequate service is a regular pattern of really bad service. There's just no evidence for that in this case. To the contrary, the evidence shows that Tasco can provide exactly the same services, and in fact has been doing so, that MedRide wants to provide. It provides service to wheelchair customers. It provides service to people on oxygen. It provides the so-called door-to-door service. And it has the ability to expand those services. That's what the evidence shows. What's at issue here is shuttle service. But the applicant conflates public need for additional service with specifically shuttle service. Mr. Myland explained that many of the trips that MedRide wants to provide are provided under its taxi service. That's okay. Just because it's doing that through taxi doesn't mean that there is an unmet public need. Mr. Mylands testified that his drivers and his vehicles can be used for shuttle service. They can be used for any of the services that it has in its CPCN. I'd just like to talk about fitness too. There simply is no fitness information in the record, financial fitness. There's certainly operational fitness. As your honor noted, it's very, very scant. We don't know if MedRide is losing money because there's no data on that. It's really a black box. All of a sudden they want to provide a very, very large number of trips in Mesa County and in Grand Junction. We don't know if they have the wherewithal to do it. There's just no evidence. So for these reasons, we ask that the commission deny the application. There's just no evidence that there is unmet need. So that's what I will explain further in my statement of position. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Valentine. Thank you both for your closing statements. A couple things before we adjourn for the day. First of all, I wanted to remind Mr. Baskerville and Ms. Plimpton that exhibits 13 and 14, which were admitted into evidence, do need to be uploaded again with the necessary header so that we can have it properly identified in the PUC record. So if before the end of the day, one of you could please make sure that header gets added and upload it so that we can add it to the exhibits in the record, that would be very helpful.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I just want to make sure that that's not going to be a problem. If you need more time, I'm happy to, but it's only 3 o'clock. I'm hoping you can do it by the end of the day.
No, we can do that. I apologize, Your Honor. I said I'd do it at lunch and I forgot. We'll get it done before the end of the day.
We all had to eat at lunch, Mr. Baskerville. No worries. Okay, and then the other thing, to confirm, this is already in my procedure order, but you both have opportunity to file statements of position. Those are due by April 12th per the procedural order that's already been issued. So you've got a couple weeks to get those in and done. And my decision will issue thereafter in due course. Any other? Oh, go ahead.
I have a question, Your Honor. And this is a question for Ms. Boulay. What's the best way to order a transcript?
Mr. Valentine, you can just send me an email.
Okay, and what's the best email address, please?
It's Tracy, TRACY .Boulais, BOULAIS @state.co.us.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I had a quick question. Sort of
Sure.
dovetailing on what Mr. Valentine said. Would you like us to get the transcript from Ms. Bordelais and then cite to the transcript in our brief? Would that be helpful to you? And assuming the answer to that is yes, I just wanted to see how quickly Ms. Bordelais can do the transcript. And I'm sorry I butchered your name.
Boulay.
Right.
Yes, that is extremely helpful to me, and I strongly encourage all parties to always provide a specific citation if there's something you want me to look at in the record, because absent that, I'm left to search through it and may not find the specific citation that you're trying to reference. So yes, by all means, if you have a specific portion of the transcript that you want to refer to, please, page and line, as Judge Mage once yelled at me about page and line. And I don't know how fast Ms. Boulay can get it done. Ms. Boulay, what do you think?
Judge, we just finished a huge fiasco
Yes,
hearing that I'm doing the transcript of, and so
Yes.
Not sure I can get it within a week. I think I would need 2 weeks for this with that
Okay.
transcript also.
Let me ask you this then, Mr. Valentine and Mr. Basketball. So right now, the statements of position are due April 12th. But, you know, given the situation, we did, MedRide waived the statutory time period. So I can extend that back further without any detriment to the commission at all. Would you like me to do that? And then that would give Ms. Boulay a little bit more time to get the transcript ready and to you, and more time for you to incorporate references to the transcript into your statements of position.
Maybe another week would be good. If it's going to
Okay.
take her 2 weeks to get us the transcripts, maybe just, we said what did we say?
Right now it's April 12th, but let me pull up my calendar. Let's see. A week later would be April 19th. Do you want to do that? Would that give you enough time? And Ms. Boulay, would that give you enough time? I guess that you're I want to make sure you're comfortable and able to get it to them, to give them about 2 weeks to get the statement of position back to me.
That would be plenty. Thank you.
Okay, so I will issue a quick order just indicating that statements of position will be due April 19th instead of April 12th. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Absolutely, no problem. Okay. Is there anything else? Any final questions, comments, or concerns?
I just have one question. I wasn't able to pull this up. Is there a page limit on those position statements?
I didn't put one in there. Generally, the commission's rule is no more than 30 for exceptions. Statements of position don't have a specific one that I know of. I would ask that you not, I mean, to be perfectly frank, if it's 100 pages long, you're not going to get a whole lot of attention from me on every detail you put in there. So
No, I don't want to write that many pages, but if you did have, I mean, if it was a very short page limit, I would want to know that.
no, I you know, if we can keep it under 30, I'm happy.
Oh yeah.
Does that seem reasonable?
We can do that.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments or concerns?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all for being here today. Thank you for your fine presentations. I appreciate your attention to detail, your respect for each other, and all your willingness to be cooperative in this. We are adjourned then. Have a good rest of your afternoon. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.